Good morning. I decided to go with KSP again today. I'm just tired. I don't feel like reading. I think we will go ahead and do a full playthrough of Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2. I think there's a standalone 2, and I haven't bought that yet. I went to go and purchase everything for PoE 1 because I was told that I should try it, and apparently I've owned it since 2015 and also played about 23 hours of it. So, it must not be too bad of a game. All I really remember, like, I think at the time I was in the middle of training for my old job, and I was taking classes and shit, and so all I did all day is read, and then I think I bought this, and I got about 23 hours into it. And there was just so much reading in it that I needed to play something else. And then I just never made my way back over to it, apparently. So we'll probably do PoE 1. I agree, yes. Then I thought that there was another PoE now. Pillars of Eternity, not Path of Exile. I'm going to have a small pause at the beginning of saying the name of this every time where I go, okay, one of them's Path of Exile, I'm playing Pillars of Eternity in my mind. Wait, why don't I have all these? Oh, because they're free, so everybody has them. It's fine. Hello? Store? Hello? Must be a different game? I could have sworn that there was a standalone expansion to this. Unless I've already bought it. No, it must have been another game that I had my eye on. Okay, well, we're good. But not today. Not today. Today I think... Let's see, yesterday we were working on the car, but I didn't make a whole lot of progress. The wheels that I have available just don't seem to be very tough. Which really isn't probably too big a deal. I guess, yeah, let's keep working on the car, because we do need to do a tour, if nothing else. And we also have some science that we can snag from down here. Frick it, let's do it. I don't know if I actually had a name for it. Cheese Car 2. So this is what we were working on yesterday. I think I'm gonna go ahead and move these down in. I think the resize did what I had hoped. It made them a little bit tougher, but only a little bit. Why are you so jumpy? Just do what I want you to do. Pretty please. And then we'll probably update this again later on in the playthrough, way before we use it as a manned rover vehicle. We have KSP wheel and Kerbal Foundries installed, so we have a lot of tracks and wheels and different options like that that'll be coming up. Then as far as the back goes, I don't know, I was kind of tempted to add another set of wheels. I think I'm just gonna have to keep my speed a little bit low, honestly. So, I probably want a cap on the back of this though, don't I? I really only have the one. Pretty sure this is all I got. And then... on the end of that, I do want that airlock if I can find it. Can't remember if it was under miscellaneous or utility. Probably utility. Maybe not. Okay. It's gotta be in one of these two, I thought. Tone that makes sense. It's right there. And then outside of that, because of the capacitor that we have, I think we mostly just need our experiments. Science experiments. I guess I'll just start at the top and kind of work my way down. Since I don't really have a bay that I can put all these into, well, I guess I do. I can put it on the front. Nah, I don't want to do that. If I put it on the front, then I would want ladders that would lead down from the front door, because the driver would have to get in independently of everybody else. It wouldn't be crew passable through the whole thing like a fun bus anymore. So it's got to go on the back or the front. Actually, yeah, let's put it on the back. I think it's just going to look a hell of a lot better. And I don't think it'll be too big of a deal that we can't open it all the way. So I'm going to pop that out. That was all attached to that. I guess I can just pick that part up. Then we'll go back over to payload. Once again, I only have the one option. And I'm hoping we can at least open it that far, but I don't actually know. Hopefully that won't be a problem with all that stuff sticking through. I think the adapter and everything will cover that up. We do have to do it a little bit differently than what we had before, though. So I need this part, because the back door will have to be internal. But I think these two are fine going on the back. This has to go in here, though. Otherwise, they would have, whoops, a gap to jump before they would actually be able to get into the airlock. Which, once again, just leaves them with the top door, so I would want to have a, oh, quit fucking with me. Thank y'all. I would want to have a ladder system for them to disembark with. So we'd already kind of put this in, and I don't know if it's going to hold it up high enough. Let's test that out first. Hold it up high enough for us to have a ladder in the bay there. We just need the mobility enhancer. And I should probably also use angle snap, shouldn't I? Hello, Anodin. Now I do need to offset that a little bit. The door isn't right in the center. The door is a little bit off to the side. So I do want the ladder to match up with that. And I don't want it to block the door, so I don't really want to move it any higher. That might already be in the way. And the whole purpose of this bay is just to mostly give us a place to attach experiments where our scientists can pop out of that airlock and reset them if we need them to. How's your weekend going so far, sir? So the gravioli is new. We haven't used that one before. Do want to make sure that I don't have symmetry on. The vast majority of the things that I'm attaching in here, we only need one of. So we have a graviola detector, we have a double C seismic accelerometer. On the top we have an atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. We also have a thermometer in the back. I don't think we need that anymore, but we're gonna have it. An airband scanner I don't think is gonna do us any good where we are. What the hell is a light scanning arm? Heh. Adapt technologies from several other manufacturers to produce this once-in-a-lifetime piece of technology. The light scanning arm is capable of independent work on distant planets, analyzing the geology and composition of rocks and other surface features with two different instruments, a masterpiece of engineering and design. I think that this is a DLC thing that we probably won't actually be able to utilize. But let's mess with it since we've got some other stuff that we want to mess with anyway. Let's throw that on the back. The hell? How do pivot? Okay. I think it'll be fine where it is. Same with the multi-spec imaging platform. I think that that one's non-atmospheric only. We sure have a hell of a lot of satellites that we can launch right now. Oh, here we go. The barometer. Let's grab that. Then these are our two options right now for the Science Junior, unless we go... Uh-oh. Oh, okay, this is a larger version of the other one. Soil sampler. Where did we get that from? Chop Shop. Jib's Chop Shop. No, Dr. Jet's Chop Shop. Something like that. Okay. I'm gonna assume that that folds out downward. So we'll throw that on that way. But we'll apparently have to take it out of the VAB to actually be able to test it, otherwise it just wigs out. Hopefully the part's not broken. That would be kind of nice to have a soil sampler for our rover eventually. Oh, okay, another way for us to take surface samples through SSTU. Let's try this one out first. It's got more joints and shit. And it actually kind of looks like that's it. I do believe so. Okay, so as far as mystery goo goes, let's throw those on there. And then for the Science Juniors, I'm thinking either right off of the sides. And I think I want this one because it's got more space in the back of it, even though it's round and kind of goofy looking. We've got more space on the back of it, so we can move it further into this without clipping through the experiments. Let's go ahead and compare that to this one. Yeah, I think just as a matter of overall surface area, like if I were to put it down here and I were able to move it in flush, then it wouldn't bother me. But if I move it in flush like that, disregarding the parts that are sticking out on the top, when we open up the doors, there's no experiment. Like, you can't actually see any experiment in there. And that's part of this module's charm. I think if I move it up, because the tomato plant that's in there, or whatever the hell that is, could be habanero peppers, I have no idea. I think that's the deepest part. I think it's shallower down here where the crystals and the little tile samples and the poor little squid are. I think it's also upside down. Maybe I can get it even more flush that way. Dad, you're friggin' bullshit mother. I forgot to put on part symmetry. Whoops. Angry mumbles. And I do want all four of them, just so that going from site to site doesn't take quite as long. So we can execute all of our experiments all in one go. Let's go ahead and move these onto the top of them, I suppose. Symmetry, why are you fucking with me today? Could even put that part down on the chin here. Probably. Yeah, and I don't think I'm gonna use these. Get rid of that. I don't think I missed any. I did totally forget about experiment storage units though, didn't I? of want 4 of them. I'm thinking the belly. And sneaky cough. I almost died. Sorry about your ears. I'm gonna move those a little bit further to the back. It feels like we have a lot of weight riding on this front one. I would actually like to have all of these in between these 2 back ones. I think it's gonna look all funny if I do that. So we'll try for good looks first. Well, mediocre looks first. Okay, let's go ahead and close that. Actually, I need to flip it around one more time. I want an action group for these guys to collect all. I was hoping to have an action group in here to reset all experiments, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the right one. Because I think it's supposed to be a restore all experiments. And I'm hoping that we can do that through the lab. That's the whole point of the laboratory in the middle. Okay, so steering enabled on the front pair, steering disabled on the back pair. I want the brakes a little bit higher on the back pair. Then the front pair. Traction control shouldn't be any big deal. Spring strength should be the same on all of them. They should be the same height, should be the same width. I think we're looking okay. Could have swore that I disabled steering, but I guess not. And I'm thinking that all y'all is going to work for all of these experiments. We'll go out and try it. Okay, let's go ahead and pick this guy up, and we'll rotate it around so that it's pointed toward the ramp. Update our save. We'll take it out for a spin. If I added too much weight and if it just combusts. Yeah, I was supposed to set up water before I got going today. God damn it, I have so much to do all of a sudden. Lights. Looking good. Let's test out the experiments here. Form all science. We have a couple of them that we didn't have before. Now, why wouldn't we get additional science for processing that in the lab, I wonder? Because usually, you get quite a bit of science for processing your experiments in a lab, and I know for damn sure that we haven't done any yet. Oh, okay, I guess the surface sample worked, but the crew report and the material study, not so much. Now, how long would that take? Is that saying 154 days for them to process that inside of this fucking mobile lab? Holy moly. Because I am a little tempted to go ahead and leave the lab out here and go for it. think for now we'll just stick with the basics. So we got a new gravity scan that we didn't have before. Our surface sample. We weren't allowed to get surface samples until very recently, so we haven't done any from the launch pad. We got a seismic scan. And I think most of the other stuff needs reset. Because I'm pretty sure that we had those experiments before. But I did bring them with because we've upgraded a lot of our buildings, so I think we have a couple more options for where we can go. Action group number 1 will collect those results. Let's go ahead and toggle that. You know what I should do, if I were a smart man, let's recover this. I want to change that action group just to cut out one thing that I have to right-click, go into the right-click menu on. Whenever we collect all the results of our experiments, we do want that magnetometer to toggle in. So let's add the magnetometer to that. Damn, we got 50 science out of that? That's nuts. Off of just the freaking launch pad. Valentina Kerbin also got a Research 3 ribbon. Cool. Apparently we've got the whole damn crew coming around for a ride in our car. The only one that really matters is the scientist, so let's also make sure that he is in the science bay there. Poor Bill got left behind. Yeah, I want you in the mobile processing lab, and then everybody else can just go wherever the hell. Apparently the airlock has enough space for somebody to be in there. How odd. This little airlock adapter back there. We won't be using that for that, probably. I guess it's kind of okay if I have the door shut. We could just pretend that they're climbing up the back of that and hopping into this bay with the experiments, I guess. Kind of. Because I do have that battery back there. I might put that battery on the other side of the airlock. Doesn't matter, though. Another little test before we go anywhere. I'm going to take just a couple of material studies, collect them up, and see if we can remotely reset them. If we can restore the experiment without having to get out now. So, just to give us fewer things to click on, I'll right-click and do Observe Material. And we'll keep those experiments. We'll then collect them, which will render the module inoperable. No. That sucks. I thought if they were attached to a mobile processing thingy thing... Wait a minute. Maybe they can. Oh, we can. Cool. Yeah, we just right-click and clean experiments. Excellent. So that'll work out perfectly. And I think it would automatically have closed the doors on those too. So we want to get experiments from the top there. We're going to be a little bit fragile with this, or a little careful with this, I guess. I'm going to stay at fairly low controllable speeds, hopefully not destroying any of my wheels. We'll mosey on up to the crawler way here. Perform all experiments again. Did that just say that I hadn't got a material or a mystery goo sample from over here? Surface sample, keep the shit out of that. Gravity scan, keep that. Temperature scan, don't need. Seismic scan, that's new. Atmospheric pressure scan, we already had it. Atmosphere analysis, did not have that. Keep it. No, it wasn't mystery goo. Okay, I just misread one of the other experiments. Because we had a previous version of this car, so a lot of these we should already have. Reset the rest of them, go ahead and collect them, and move on. Much more efficient as far as utilizing our time to do it this way than it was before. Then I think we'll do, probably do our little tour here, the only seat that I have available is actually this back crew hatch, and I don't have a ladder on it because I didn't actually expect to be able to load people in there. Let's go up to the VAB. We'll run one more set of experiments. I do want to get this tour out of the way. I think I'm going to recover the vessel, though. And I'm going to go pick up, I'm going to kick 2 of our people out of here. Because they'll get a ribbon for doing this, but they won't actually get any experience that they can use. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal if we kick them out. I'm going to try to touch my nose to it without destroying us. Because I believe that the vehicle assembly bay itself is a biome. Material study from VAB main building. It is in fact a biome, and we have not in fact got any of our science from it. So perform all science. Ooh, I'm not seeing our little arms on the back operate. I hadn't noticed that. So we'll get, we'll try those out on the launch pad the crawler way, and then we'll do them now from the VAB as well. But we want to keep all of this. This is all good stuff. Soil sampler cannot be used right now. I wonder if it can only store 1 sample, because that would kind of make sense. Clean all 9 single-use experiments. I'm gonna wait for it to finish that, and I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. If I see it come by in the list, then I know that it did its job, but I also now know that its animation did not work, because we had a pretty good view of it, and I didn't see it operating. And then this guy, no target in range. So I'm assuming this scanning arm... Oh. Okay. There's a bit of a delay there. I guess it was working, I just didn't notice it. At least I think it was working. I don't know, is it actually grabbing a sample? It totally is. Cool. So we can just reset that one. This guy can go. I think that this is part of the expansion. And I don't know if we have crystals in JNSQ. I could add them, I guess. I have heard that there's a bit of a performance hit. There's, so there's new, like, stones and crystals and, there's, like, trees that are different from the stuff that we get with scatter or with terrain scattering. Where you can actually perform experiments on them. And I don't think that we have them right now. If I go to desktop and I find my launcher... that's the wrong one. I'm on the Steam install right now. Open file location. Saves. This is the save that we're playing on right now. I think it's in persistent. Okay, we do have an ROC seed, so they may exist. And if they do, and if we find them, then we should be able to run up to them and scan them with this little guy. But we don't need it for around here. Do not think. Let's also go ahead and test these. Oh, I have plenty of clearance. I could probably even open them a little bit further. And it looks like a Kerbal might be able to walk in there. Let's go ahead and check it out. We don't have enough room to load them in, but I do want to know if I need to reposition our ladder or anything. Happy weekend, Paula. How are you? This thing's working really well. Much, much better than our previous car. So normally I would go over to the tracking station, I would grab all of those biomes, but since we have a tour that we need to perform to get an investor to pay us to put up a space hotel, I figure we'll go ahead and do the tour first. So I am going to recover the vehicle and I'm going to kick one of these guys out. I guess I could just have them get out. I'm also curious, I've never seen the IVA for this. Let's take a look. This is our little mobile science lab. Look at that, there are extra seats. Boiling your tits off? Oh my god, it was so fucking hot last night. I couldn't get to sleep for nothing. So our scientists are apparently sitting back to back and cannot see one another. But that is kind of neat. A little Mark II lab. Looks a little cramped. Then this is in the airlock back there that leads out to that bay. I don't know, I guess I could just have this guy hop out too. And this is our new cockpit that we're using. I've never used this cockpit either. Kinda dig it. Someday I would really love to play this game in VR. I've seen some videos on YouTube that are pretty cool, where somebody has set up a VR and they use it for flying planes and doing EVAs and stuff like that. I would absolutely love to try that with this game sometime. So, who is this? This is Anley, and Anley is who we want to take around on our tour. Our other option would be to take Isley on a tour, and Isley is, I think, over here. Yeah, Isley's right over there. Isley's one of our mods. But, Isley is going to offer us a casino contract, which will require asteroids. And I don't have any asteroids tracked right now. Actually, that's one thing in this game that I've never actually done. I have never captured an asteroid. I'd really love to do that this playthrough. I don't know if asteroids are going to spawn around us. I know in GPP that they were kind of nerfed. They didn't spawn in the sphere of influence of the home world, but I don't know if that's going to be a thing here. So let's open this up, extend our ladder, and Bill is the dude. Okay, so my ladder might be a little bit too close. It says that all hatches are obstructed. I may have to actually move it out, or his big fat head might not fit inside of this bay. So I'll also clear all these experiments out of the way. Let's go ahead and recover this, and we'll launch it without Bill, I think. Last night was okay. It started to go bad in the morning. Peaked at 35. Forecast for 38 for tomorrow. It's going to be even worse. Jesus. No. Isn't it like 44 in France or some shit? It's hot. Damn hot. We got another 118 science off of that. Digging that part for sure. Everybody got a ribbon off of that, except for Jebediah, who's been on to bigger and better things. If awarded for researching 1,000 or more science points, Mr. Bob the Stowaway. Valentina is up to 200, and Bill got an upgrade to his ribbon to Research 3. Now, if this won't work, we'll set up a series of ladders that will just lead them into the mobile processing bay. South of Europe is 40 plus. Ugh. No. Negative. Denied. Pass. Methinks not. Let's get rid of that. Methinks, fuck all that. I do think that I want to go into structural, and I want to grab a window or something to cap this off with. Now that I know that it's an operable door. We won't need any mounts or anything like that on that, so we'll just get rid of them. Scale can remain the same. I just want to cover that. let's go ahead and open this guy up. And my first suspicion is that this is just too far back in the part. I could be wrong. I don't want to move it much, but I am going to nudge it forward just a hair to make sure that the part itself is not what's preventing them from coming out. Actually, I think I'm going to take that out completely for now. And I'm going to go ahead and relocate these experiments off to the side. And I'm trying to put them in a way that hopefully they won't block the door. But I'm going to move that capacitor to give us more room inside of this thing. Throw that down there. Baby girl, 11 months. My God. Hey, baby girl. How's work going? Space Tricks is going okay. It's going ugh. Oh no. Oh, and I guess I have that adapter attached to the capacitor, so let's rotate that around. Pop that guy off. Just gonna reattach it inside here. And then I want this on the front of it. Hey, nope, come back. Airlock, come back. Move this as far in as I can. We already have the ladder attached. I'm going to move the ladder a little bit further down because the ladder may also have been interfering. Might be a little bit too close to that door, so let's move the ladder down. Okay, so back over to crew. Mr. Bill is going to stay behind. But we do want to take Bob with us. He's our scientist. We need him in the lab to actually reset this stuff. We'll test it out on the launch pad. On the outside, you're almost done. Don't let me forget to go and set up the water tonight. It's not windy out, so I should be able to set them up pretty well. But I keep forgetting. I was going to do it before I even started today, and I totally spaced it until I got going. Extends the ladder. I think I'm actually going to have to test it out on the tourist. Or on the investor, sorry, he's not a tourist. Because now I don't have anybody that can hop out of that. I could crew transfer somebody else over there, though. I just wanted to make absolute sure that that was grabbing soil samples properly, and it looks like it is. Alright, so let's take off. We have one biome that we can stop at on the way, just right off of the edge of this, I think. I don't know why I just opened doors. Let's actually observe the material bay. Okay, so this still counts as the launch pad. I'm going to try it again from down the slope here. And we'll also see if everything combusts. See if everything gets torn apart by going down the hill. I'm going to keep it nice and slow, though. For safety. There we go. So the biome here is KSC, the Space Center. So we can just reset that one, but I'm going to perform all science anyway. Because we do have new experiments. So all the material bay, all the mystery goo, the crew report, those can all just be reset. Seismic scan, temperature scan. Did I already grab one from KSC before? If I did... No, I didn't. The gravity scan is new. I didn't think that we had the barometer last time. Did I fuck that up? Did I skip one? I feel like I should have had more results there. Seismic, temperature, atmospheric, material, mystery goo. And are you doing your job, little soil sampler? I think we got them all. Okay, and I don't have any single-use experiments that need cleaned out, apparently. Which is weird, because I don't think we had the ability to grab a soil sample before, so... But I didn't notice it in the results there. Morning, Pops. How's your weekend going, Pops? We're gonna go over and pick up our little investor dude. Or explode. I was going a little bit faster than I meant to. I actually ruined our wheel. And I don't have a flippin' engineer. That was the one guy that I kicked out so that I had room for the investor. Pain in the ass. I have no way to fix that. I have a pilot, a scientist, and a pilot. Damn it. Gotta make sure that I don't speed up that much. I wasn't paying attention. And this time, I think... Well, nah, never mind. I was gonna say, this time I'll launch it from the runway. But if I launch it from the runway, then I'm limited to 30 parts, and I have no idea how many actual parts I'm using in this. So back into the VAB. This time Valentina will stay behind, and we'll bring our engineer. When you work at a restaurant, you don't get weekends? Yeah, I'm sure. I've worked in food a couple of times. Definitely a lot of work. Yeah, I have 3 too many parts without doing an upgrade to that. Oh well. Valentina, you stay here. Bill, I'm actually gonna have to have the tourist get in after Bill gets out. So I'm gonna put Bill in the airlock on the back rather than in the lab. Then the tourist will get in the lab. Yeah, for sure. I prefer to usually have like Monday and Tuesday or Tuesday and Wednesday off. Because it seems like most places don't have as many lines. Get what you need to get done. I also like to work shifts where I get off at pretty early in the morning, like right before traffic starts. And then you're first in line for whatever you need. Go in and get your oil changed as soon as they open up. That kind of a thing. Alright, let's see if we can do this. I've got Bill back in the airlock. I'm gonna just go ahead and cruise on over there before I have him hop out. He's gonna have to hop out to make room for the tourist, and I'm hoping that this will give him enough room for the tourist to get in and for Bill to get out, but I don't know, I may have to move it higher up. Or I guess temporarily increase the spring strength. I think that will also raise these up. So we'll see if it's enough. There's other bays that'll be much better for this, but we don't have access to them right now. Eventually we'll get them. Oh, and as far as that biome goes, I did only get like 6 science. I kind of breezed past that part. I wonder if there's just not enough room in here for them to get out of the airlock. Because I don't think the experiments are too close. Could still be the ladder. Guess we could experiment with that. Once we figured that part out. The airlock may just not be able to be in there. Which kinda sucks. But it shouldn't be too big of a deal. I think that we could just make a trail of ladders from one of the sides that'll lead them into the top hatch on the processing bay. Don't know why the hell I recovered that and paid money for the electric consumption instead of just reverting. For shits and gigs, I guess. And I don't have a Mark II crew cabin, do I? I think we only have the Mark I right now. I think we have one more thing to unlock before we'll get a Mark II. Pretty sure. So the first part of this test, I'm gonna get rid of that structural piece back there. I'm gonna pull the airlock, and I'm just going to attach it to the back here. And then we'll just go out to the pad. Because if it's the ladder blocking the door, we've eliminated all the other possibilities. If it's not the ladder blocking the door, it's either that I've moved the airlock too far into the surface of the part that it's attached to, inside of the bay, or that it's just not possible for them to fit their huge heads in that little tiny bay. Okay, so it's definitely not the ladder, which leaves either this part being clipped too far into this part, or just that there's not enough space out in front of it for them to do their thing, for them to hop out. It looks like there should be enough space, but I think there's kind of a minimum that you have to have, minimum clearance before they can EVA. So I'll move it a little bit further out first. And if that doesn't do it, then the bay just isn't large enough for me to be able to use the airlock the way that I have it set up right now. Okay, yeah, that's gotta be it. Move this out a little bit to make sure that it wasn't this part that it's attached to that was blocking the door. We've eliminated the ladder. It's definitely not the ladder. So it's just that there's not enough space out in front of the door for him to go on an EVA from here. Which kinda sucks, but it's not really that big of a deal. What I'm looking for is a path for us to take that'll lead over to a ladder that'll lead to the bay. And I think we got one. Another thing that we could do is just a downward facing airlock, so that they hop out onto the ground. We wouldn't need the ladder. Question then is that going to be close enough for them to actually get back inside of it? I want to grab that little cap that we were using. Christopher, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a great weekend. Welcome to the stream. Is it not in here? I always get confused, and I always will, between some of the parts that are in structural and some of the parts that are in utility. But I really can't imagine that being anywhere other than structural. It's gotta be in here. It's right there. I knew that. Everybody knew that. And I might even be able to move this onto the actual lab, I'm not sure. Meckham, thank you for the follow. And welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Pause that. Mr. Bill, if you would kindly EVA. This is gonna be a rough dismount. Oof. Suppose you can hop back in there, can you? Oh, maybe he can. I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Oh yeah, you can totally grab it. Sweet. Okay, so Bill can stay behind now. Let's go ahead and revert. Actually, I do want to bring Bill with, don't I? Just in case I pop a tire. Who else is in this thing? Because I need Bill in the actual airlock. So Jeb is driving, Bob is in the laboratory, Bill, the engineer, is in the airlock right now. Okay, actually I think we're good to go. Because we're going to have to play musical chairs for a second here. Ram raid, oh my goodness. Good morning, Ram. Thank y'all for the raid, man. How'd your stream go today? Good morning, Christopher. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Playing a little KSP. We're playing on JNSQ, scaled. It's like 2.7 scaled solar system that's been completely redone by Team Galileo. A little bit tired? Oh, I feel ya. We've got a neighbor that's apparently doing a remodel like 24/7. And it's been so freaking hot lately. I've been having a hell of a time getting any sleep lately. I totally feel your pain. I was actually going to play a different game today, an RPG. But I'm too fucking tired to read that much stuff. So, curveball it is. Right now we're getting ready to do an investor tour and hopefully get a bunch of science from our different biomes here. So we're working on a car. Oof. And get up. I don't know what the Slenderman flashes of images are that are going on right there. JSM. Oh dear. Not time warp. Wrong bracket. Little Isley is going to be left behind. We want little Anley, who's going to offer us a hotel contract to go ahead and hop in here, and we're going to give them a tour of the facility while we grab a shitload of science. So you get on board. Then I want to transfer crew. We're going to have Anley go ahead and hop in the lab with our scientist. We'll switch back over to Bill. He's going to stay up here just in case we pop a tire or anything like that. I think that he'll be able to repair it, but I'm not positive on that. We may end up having to pull the vessel in for maintenance. Because I think you have to have a certain number of stars to actually be able to do that. I'm going to make a quick save here too, because just in case. Quick save on a rover, who'd have thought? Let's see if we can get any additional science from this biome. I don't think so until we get over to the building. You like KSP, but you're shit at it? What were you playing today? Let's do our stalker command. Doing some GTA 5. Very cool. Are you doing the main campaign, or do you do like roleplay or any of that stuff? I used to watch a lot of GTA 5 roleplay. We did get an extra gravity scan, so that's something. We also got a surface sample, which is 24 science. It all definitely adds up. And there should be buildings that we haven't hit before. We're going to get like 80 science from every building that we haven't been to before. We'll do action group number 1, pull all of those samples and store them, toggle our magnetometer back in, and we'll go ahead and clean that one single-use experiment with our laboratory. I do as many as I can through CCAN. And then any of them that either aren't compatible with CCAN or that don't suggest the use of CCAN, then I usually try to get them off of GitHub or whatever the forum for that mod recommends. I think we have a handful. We have maybe 7 or 8 that you have to install independently of CCAN right now, and the rest of them should be compatible. But we might run into some problems since nothing's really been tested with JNSQ. I don't know if we're going to have any kind of conflict or anything like that. And I think that some things like, I'm not really sure if carbonite or kethane are actually going to work. Okay, so we are at mission control, and I think we're at the building itself. I'm not sure. I'm just going to run it all, and we'll see if we get a hit on anything. But yeah, usually I go to the forums for every single mod that I install just to see if there's any known conflict, maybe an existing list of bugs, so that I know not to report stuff, or so that I know to expect some sort of a conflict. Actually, I think that might be the same biome that we were in. I don't think we're at the building, actually. We can perform the same experiments as long as it's not the Mystery Goo or the Science Juniors. We can perform the same experiment like 4 times. Let's see if we can get a better angle on this. If our nose is touching it, then we should be able to perform these experiments at the building itself, I think. But I'm not positive on which buildings count as their own biome and which ones don't. Let's try over here. See if we can wedge ourselves in here. And then we'll try this building again. I don't recall the little antenna here, though. So I'm just driving up to it, and then I'm enabling the brake so that I'm technically touching it. Let's do a crew report this time. No, it's still mission control, so I don't think we have an independent biome here. I want to give this building one more go, though. I'm gonna aim for that corner there, probably. Nope, still mission control, so we're good to go here. And we are going to make our way around to the different facilities. I don't know if we need to do them in order to satisfy the tour contract that we're doing. I don't think so, though. We're trying to get the hotel, so that's why we grabbed Anley rather than Isley over here. If we take Isley around to all these, we'll get a casino contract, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult to finish. So they want to go to the space plane hangar first. I don't see mission control on the list. I want to see if we have to go in that order, but the space plane hangar is right over here. And I also want to hit the runway real quick. And this guy just gets stood up. We just leave him out there like a bunch of dicks. Sorry, dude. The hell? Where are you at? What do you mean? Oh, as far as in the game? We haven't really done a whole lot of tourist contracts. I didn't have draft Twitch TV viewers set up properly. I didn't have my channel name in there. So contract drafting was failed and it was just generating random ones. So hopefully I can get everybody in here soon through either the tourist contracts or adding you to my crew. Because we are going to have to hire some people on pretty soon, I think. Form all the signs. And same as last time, if you do want to be in the game, just send me a whisper on Twitch. And let me know if you want to be a male or female, if you would like to be a scientist, an engineer, or a pilot. I know that we're going to need a hell of a lot of scientists. We're going to need about half a dozen pilots, probably. And then an equal number of engineers. I would like 1 or 2 engineers involved in pretty much everything that we do. We do have some things that are going to require 2 engineers. But we're going to have like orbital laboratories and observatories, a couple of different stations that we'll put up, as well as hotels, and I'm going to integrate them into one another as often as I possibly can. So those are going to require a shitload of scientists. We're going to need, if we need 6 pilots and 6 engineers, I would think that we'll probably end up needing somewhere around like 10 to 20 different scientists to man the different stations that we're going to put up in the different observatories in our different labs. So it looks like we've got most everything from the runway, but there should be a couple of these that we didn't have before, I thought. And I don't see any of them. Looks like we've done all of this stuff. How the hell? I might have a problem here. Material study. What I'm not seeing is the soil sample. Let's go ahead and reset all those. I may have forgot to clean out an experiment, so I'm going to run the collection one. Yeah, it looks like I just forgot to clean that out, and I'm assuming that that's this guy. I haven't had too much of a problem with bots on Whispers. If anything, lately, it's Steam. I'm getting a hell of a lot of bot stuff going on Steam. Thankfully, it's very easy to identify because most of it is not in my language. So that makes it pretty easy to avoid. So we did get a surface sample. It looks like that was it, though. Let's make sure that we actually clean that experiment this time. I think we were carrying around a bunk experiment from over there. Go ahead and get that cleaned out. And we'll head over to the spaceplane hangar. And then I want to hit... So the next one is the admin building. The astronaut complex is after that. I want to go to the astronaut complex next, because I'm curious if we have to do these in order. And if we don't, then we just won't pay attention to this list, because we're going to go around to every single building. But the spaceplane hangar is right freaking here, so we'll go ahead and do that one right now. Let's do a crew report as we approach. It looks like all the way out here does count as the spaceplane hangar. So we'll stop here before we actually try to touch the building and perform all these again. Let's perform all science. We're doing that in one right click with a mod called All Y'all, which is really, really good. I love All Y'all. I'm going to reset all the ones that we already had. We have been around to a lot of these, but we've upgraded a lot of our buildings, so the buildings themselves should count as a totally new biome. The rest of them, we're just going and doing another copy of experiments that we didn't have the first time that we came around, which was very early on in the playthrough. We were able to get a hell of a lot of stuff. I know that we had the barometer. What about this guy? Are you working? Apparently we had something that did seismic scans. Interesting. I didn't think that we did at the time. I must have just unlocked it. What about you? Gravity data. Okay, it looks like we did get some, we did get good gravity data. Action group number 1 is going to pull the results of all those experiments in. Let's go ahead and toggle that back down. We'll have to clean out the soil sampler. We'll go over to the building. If we're ever going to strand somebody on Eve, go ahead and send it Mr. Gorm. We could probably do that. No, hopefully we won't have anybody that gets stranded. Eve is pretty difficult to tackle, though, and I don't know how the hell we're going to do anything outside of probes in JNSQ with a scaled solar system. It's going to be extremely difficult to even get to Eve with our life support mods and everything else that we're using, let alone set down and come home. Here we go. So Spaceplane Hangar main building does count as a completely new biome for us. So we'll just execute all the things. That alone, I'm pretty sure, is something something around like 80 science. Every single time we find one of these that we haven't done anything on, I think we get around 80 or more. Keep all that stuff. Go ahead and collect it into our science collection can thingy things that are down here. Experiment storage units is the actual name. I'm just using an action group to get that out of the way really quickly. And then we'll start cleaning our experiments as we move on to the next facility. Now, oh, okay. Actually, it does say that they do need to go in order. But we're at the fucking spaceplane hangar, and I'm not getting a little check mark. And that worries me. Because I could have swore that we would get a little check mark like we have up here. And I don't know if the independent buildings here actually count as their own biome. Not really sure. But I knew that the flagpole does. We'll go ahead and stop here, and we'll try it again. Perform all science. This is all electric. So the only thing that we have to worry about with this thing right now is running out of power. Go ahead and save that surface sample. Clear out all the rest of these. Apparently we didn't need them. Go ahead and clean our experiment. I wasn't able to set that up to an action group, unfortunately. And I'm not sure why, but this thing it seems to like to extend even when I'm just cleaning the experiment. So once again, I'm going to get right up next to it. I don't want to hit it. I do want to cozy up to it, though. Technically, I guess I do want to hit it. Toggle our brakes. Okay, so this counts as the astronaut complex, apparently. Not as a new biome. We might be able to get a soil sample from here, though. So I'm just going to go ahead and run everything anyway. Perform all the sciences. But I think we're only going to get one. He didn't previously need to get out when we go to the different facilities. I'm just not sure if this is going to update us as we go. Then we'll hit up the flag. Oh, actually, maybe I have to go to this little specific point. I didn't pay attention to where that was over there. We'll probably have to circle back around. Oof. Cool. Flagpole. Perform all the sciences. Okay, so what I had done is just kind of come up to the side of the building. I think I just have to go over that specific point. Thankfully, we have the mod, I think it's called Waypoint Manager, that gives us these little indicators of exactly where we need to go. Otherwise, I would have no idea. And I would think that the contract was broken, to be honest. Keep all of that. We've already got a lot of these, though. So we did hit this with a previous version of this vehicle. Yeah, I'm just going to circle us around now, actually. Since it's specific about tour the waypoints in order. Zip this guy around to the front of that. I'm fairly happy with this car, though. Like, no real instabilities. It's mostly just the wheels are kind of wussies. We could modify that. We could definitely make them, we could use a mod manager patch and force them to be more powerful, stronger. But I think we'll just kind of take it easy on the speed. We only really seem to run into issues if we were going up and down hills at about 20 meters a second, so shouldn't be too big of a deal for roaming around here, I don't think. And then we'll go and swap these wheels out with hopefully something more powerful later on. We were just talking about how we have KSP wheel and Kerbal Foundries installed. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I am curious then, because this SPH building itself, I didn't get any credit for that. What if I go here and do it? Oh yeah, totally. SPH main building. At least I don't think we grabbed them. Oh, there goes the wheels. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. Let's go ahead and perform all signs. Who knew? Apparently we've made our ramp out of tacks. Good old curveballs using nails as a construction material for a road. Now hopefully this isn't so low that Bob can't get out. Bob, why are you over there? Oh, because you're the scientist. You're the wrong dude. Get back in there, man. My bad. I meant Bill. Shit. It is too low and Bill can't get out. Okay. Musical chairs. Just don't fall, please. See if we can do this. I don't have a ladder for him, unfortunately. You seem a little overdressed, Bill. Not gonna lie. There we go. Now, can you hop off this? Oh, wait, maybe you don't need to. Repair it. Damn! He does need to be level 3 to do it. We are hosed. Bummer, man. Okay. That sucks. So we're going to have to go and pick them up. I think what I'll do, just to make this a little bit easier on us, is I think we're going to do 2 trips. I think we'll go around with and perform the science experiments independently of the tour. Damn, we got 200 science off of that little bit of a run. And we've only been to the spaceplane hangar, mission control, the vehicle assembly bay. We hit the crawler way and the launch pad earlier. Yeah, he was able to hop out, but oh god, where? Oh no! Oh no! What have I done? Did I fail that mission? I think I just despawned Anley. Frick. I really hope that Anley is in the VAB. Yeah, he was able to hop out on the launch pad, but the problem is I popped the tires while we were on just a slight incline, so the vehicle kind of slouched down when the tires were all popped, and then it was too close to the ground for him to be able to hop out of that airlock. Anley? Oh, fuck. Oh, noes. I think our science car ate the tourist. So, note to self. When in the middle of a tour, do not recover a vessel before the end of your tour. I'm gonna cruise on over there and see if he respawned, but I can see a bracket around Isley. I think the Kraken ate him. Shit. Bummer, dude. So what we'll do is cancel the mission. Decline the mission. It'll cost us some reputation because I don't want the casino contract. Otherwise, we're stuck having to figure out where to get those asteroids from before we can actually put up a hotel. And then we'll hope like hell that it respawns. Yeah, and we gave Anley a tour over and popped all of our tires, so he was like, fuck this jank-ass joint, I'm out of here. I'm gonna head straight over to the other side here. I believe that we can go to every antenna, but I'm not positive. And then we'll have a bunch of buildings in the R&D that we can hit, so let's start over this way. Let's go ahead and get the science experiments. Next time we recover the vehicle, we'll go ahead and cancel that mission, and we'll have to spawn a new investor. Apparently we made a terrible impression, unfortunately. So I want to stop here on the main area just to see if there's any science that we didn't collect from out here. This counts as the tracking station, just the tracking station as a whole. And I didn't see any. Oh, damn it, I skipped one. Keep the surface sample. Recycle the rest of that shit. I didn't catch which experiment either, so I'm going to have to perform all science again. Oh, it's a gravity scan. We hadn't got a gravity scan before. Okay. Collect all that up, toggle that, clean our experiments. I didn't hire you. You're an investor. You're one of the people that we can take around for a tour, but you're gonna offer us a casino contract, and I don't think we're well equipped for building a casino. So you won't be going on any tour, unfortunately. I definitely will be hiring you behind your back later on, so don't get me wrong, but I promise it won't be as a pilot. No I don't. It might not be a pilot. For all science. I need to find a mod that's a little bit more user-friendly for adding people in. Because I can't for the life of me remember what fucking mod we were using before. And the alternative is just to edit the save file. I could always do that too, but there's a couple of mods out there that we can use that give us more options. So this just counts as the tracking station, that place that we were at before. It didn't count as one of the antenna, or one of the, I don't know, the radar, or whatever, the dish itself. I think I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna have Bill hop out. Uh-oh. Crap. That's a circularization maneuver. Okay. Let's go do it. Can't really skip that alarm. Draft Twitch Viewers kinda works, but Draft Twitch Viewers doesn't let me edit currently existing curveballs. It just lets me hire on someone randomly, and when somebody wants to be something specific, it doesn't allow me to change what they are, and that's more what I'm looking for. So this telescope has a burn coming up. Let's double check the flight computer just to make absolute sure that executing the planned maneuver is put in, and it looks just fine. I am a little confused on why it's not moving us over to target prograde. Better not be out of... Okay, good. I was gonna say, we better not be out of fucking monopropellant. Ah, that's why. Because I have these set up to an action group so that it doesn't waste it unnecessarily. So I just did a little poof there. This is our new space telescope that we got up yesterday. And it's looking okay-ish. It's good in time warp up to the maneuver itself. Should be able to stay on target. We've eliminated most of the thrust torque. I apparently didn't activate the goddamn engine. So we'll see if it does a good job. Yeah, it does have an exclusion list, so I put in all the known bots that I could think of at the time. Like, Commander Root is a bot that's like been in my chat since I started. He's in a lot of chats. There's a couple of them that are just always around, and I'm not sure why. And then we have my bot, Dandroid. I've added that to the list. There's also a Domina bot that's in here if we're playing Domina. I'm trying to think of the other one. There's another one that's part of a game. Oh, and Pretzel Rocks. We would want to add Pretzel Rocks. The only problem with that is that it just pulls totally randomly, and I have no control over who it pulls. Whereas, if people are, interested, like if they want to be added to the space program, I would prefer to put them in first rather than just picking someone randomly and then eventually putting them in. Plus, if I do it manually, like subs will be senior crewmen, just like Jebediah, Valentina, Bill, and Bob. And I can't do that with Draft Twitch TV viewers, I don't think. So then it's just an extra step, I could draft somebody randomly, and then if it is the right person and they're a sub, then I would still have to go into the persistent file or pull up another mod to go and change what they do. Yeah, spawn them in. We could definitely do that too. I just I knew that there's a mod that we're using. It actually should be down in our list in the info panels because it was one of the mods that we used in 1.4.5. And I really like the interface for that one. Who are we at? We're not very circular at all. I think I'm going to do a follow-up maneuver. Ah, fuck it. It's fine. We'll leave it. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted to get it out of everything else's way. And we need to generate some money. There's a hard-coded fee associated with stepping up the progress of researching other planets. And I hate it. I think it's fucking stupid that it's hard-coded. It should be in a configuration file, and it should be up to the person that's playing with the mod. Unfortunately, it's not. And there's the way that I usually get around it, we just make a save, and we record how much money we had at the time. Then we go and we take our photographs, and then we give ourselves our money back. I don't understand why the hell that's hard-coded. Like, that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We pay to upgrade the observatory, we pay to upgrade and to put the telescopes into orbit. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me that we would have to pay to actually use the equipment that we have up, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's the other way. Alt F12, spawn them in, and then take some money off of the budget to pay for the hire. You forgot lights at one time? That's all it takes, man. That's all it takes, and then the meme is born. So I think we can just leave this guy up here. Let's go back to the Space Center. I want to generate a little bit of cash before I actually use it so that we don't just totally bottom out our economy. That's the other thing. There's no message or anything letting you know that it's taking money. So if you don't know that up front, and if you haven't made a save, or if you don't have any way to revert to previous, like that's what pisses me off about that design choice, is since there's nothing indicating that it's going to cost you money, it's a game ruiner. If you don't have a previous save or anything like that, like say you clear out your save files to save disk space or something or whatever, but even if not, it's just so inconvenient to have to go and reload an old save just because you used a piece of equipment that you're paying for the building upgrades. You're paying for getting it up into space. There's no contract to put that into space. So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I love everything else about the mod. I'm very, very disheartened by the hard-coded fee, though. I think it's fucking stupid. That'd be like us discovering another planet in the solar system and the government like deducting money out of NASA's account or something. There's no justifiable reason for it, in my opinion. We're gonna go back over to the cheese car. Oh no, yours is even hotter today? We're getting up into the 90s Fahrenheit here. It's definitely hot. I hope it's not affecting the audio quality either, because I do have like every fan that I own pointed directly at me right now. Hopefully it's all being filtered out by the expander, but I don't know. Something didn't work right. We should have an experiment to clean here. So we already got that one. That one doesn't need cleaned. Why are we not getting a surface sample? I'm gonna go and reset all those. What is your problem? Well, that's no good. Okay. Let's toggle one again and see if we can clear out the sample in there. That should render it inoperable. The only other thing that I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe the ass end is too high off of the ground for this thing. Maybe I need to reposition that lower on the vessel so that it's more reliable. I guess I can put it off to the side of the front here. Yeah, maybe I will. I don't think I'm going to worry about it for now. It's just one experiment, but it is 24 science. So let's have Bill go ahead and hop out and grab just a chunk of dirt. Oh no. There we go. Can you grab it from here, Bill? He can. Awesome. Grab that. Hop back in. We'll get it one way or another. This is a cheese mission after all. The hell? Did I run out of power? I'm so confused. I still have control of the vessel. Why can't I undo my brakes? Well, fuck. Recover. We got KSP'd. I'm going to throw a couple of solar panels on this too. We have plenty of surface area on the top. We still have plenty of megajoules though. So that shouldn't have been a problem at all. We got another 30 science off of just going over to here. Oh, and before I forget, let's go into Mission Control, the investor tour. We're going to go ahead and cancel that contract. And I do take a reputation hit for doing so. But I'm hoping that if we cancel it now, by the time we're done with this... Oh, shit, we've already got one spawned. So, for our hotel contract, we need to take the Mikey 12291 Kerman on a tour of the facility. And I might make another thing for this. And then if we wanted a casino contract, Mr. Anadin, 1997. We could take him around. But for now, I'm just going to leave all those. It is usually a good idea for us to take all of these low carbon orbit ones. You'll notice that we have more than you typically would. To do that, I've gone and edited the contract itself. And this won't be something that that you'll be able to get in the KSP mods channel, so I'll just show you how I did it, in case you want to do it. If I can remember... Should I not leave that open? Usually I would leave that open. Okay, so we'll go to desktop. I want... KSP. Steam install. Open file location. Go into game data. Go into contract configurator. Is it not in contract configurator? I don't think it is. Wait a minute. Does the contract itself? Oh, you have to go into contract packs. My bad. Then go into tourism. And I've changed two of them. I've changed the values for the low orbit. Just open it up in Notepad. You can only have one at a time. It's by default set to one simultaneous mission at a time, and I've increased that to 3 so that we can get... Essentially, what I want is, as we go through our tourism program, it would expand, right? It wouldn't make much sense for us to have one vessel that'll take 3 people up, and that's our capacity. Like, we would never expand on that. This is a very profitable adventure for us, business venture for us. So it only makes sense that eventually we would want to invest that money into coming up with ways to take 15 people up, and then 30 people, and then 50 people, and 100 people. And, you know, just get everybody into space that has enough money to pay for it. So that's how I justify increasing the max simultaneous. That'll just generate 3 different contracts, and we get a higher number of total people that want to go up and do the same thing. It also makes it a little bit less grindy for when we're for the stream. So the other thing that I would change if I knew where to find it is the total number, and I can't find that. I think it's based off of your tech. So otherwise, instead of max simultaneous to 3 or to 5 or 10 or whatever, what I would change is how many you get per, because I think it goes by, like if you have a 2-man pod, I think you can get a max of 2 times whatever your highest level pod is. So I think we're only going to generate contracts that have between 1 person and 4 people, until we get like a 3-man, and then it would be 1 person to 6 people per contract. But I couldn't figure out where to find that information. So that's the low orbit one, and then the other one that I changed is the hotel. But I don't think it was this one. No, because that's actually building the hotel. It's probably tourism then. The one that we were just looking at is low orbit. Oh, okay. This is where we would edit how many people come along. And that's in the tourism configuration file. That's not what I'm looking for, though. Let's close all of these. Shouldn't need to mess with those anymore, I don't think. The fuck was the other one? It was low orbit and... Oh, I also want to change Space Camp. Space Camp takes 30 days, which for our playthroughs is actually an extremely long time. And I think I'll do the same thing. I'll put in multiple training camps, but otherwise I would just change the total number. Because I think you get 3 people every time you do it. Oh yeah, candidates, new curveballs. Let's increase that to 12. Candidates, tourist count, random 12 to 16. No, that would be the whole damn group. So yeah, the better way to do it is max simultaneous then. I'm gonna increase that to 5. That'll give us like 15 curveballs every time we finish it. It's a 40-day contract. Which, like, right now with everything that we've done, we're on day 6, and we're already at the point where we need to start working on, like, a moon lander and shit like that. And that won't actually affect anything until we relaunch the game. So that was under Space Camp. I have no idea. There's another one in here for bringing people up to attraction? For bringing people up to your hotel? I just don't know where the hell it is. It's really easy to find when I actually changed it. And so basically we should have up to 5 different contracts for people that want to go up to our hotel once we've built one. And we should have 3 for people that just want to go into a lower orbit. I kept that at a lower number because it's kind of easy to do, and I didn't want to make it too easy. And then, not investor tour, there's also one for heading out to the different moons. I think it's... Oh, suborbital, I increased that one too, because it's a little bit more difficult. 2 moons. 2 moons and moons, I think I'll bump those up as well, so that we can take larger and larger numbers of people around to tours of, you know, get up into orbit, go out to both moons before you return back home, and then a couple more people that we can take out just to the moon and come back home. Because I want, you know, just want to continue progressing through building larger and larger vessels as we go. So as far as sending people to the moon, I'm going to increase that one to 3. I don't think that's saved. And then for both moons, that one's going to be more difficult. I'm going to take that one up to 5. The ones that are more difficult, I want a higher number than the other ones, because I am doing it to make it so that, as far as like building stuff wise, we have more of a late game. It's not just the same shit, like 3 people are going up into space at a time. I want 15, like I was saying, 15, 20, 30 going up at a time. But I don't want to make it so that it's not worth doing the more difficult missions, and so that we're just relying on going to a low orbit, because that would be kind of cheesy. I wouldn't like that. First tours, contract pack, casino building. I think that's it. Build a base, attraction return home. I think that's fine. Although I wonder if these two need to be the same. Did I increase this one? Can't recall if I did. This is definitely the one to bring people up to the hotel or casino. I'm not seeing a value that I can change. Asian Hornets, what the hell? Any kind of hornet. What the hell? No. Kill with fire. I think those will actually be okay, but I do think if there was anything that I changed in the one, I would also need to change it in this one. One of them is going to be contracts to bring people up, and the other one is, because these guys have to pay us twice. They only pay one way. They're going to pay us to bring them up there, and then they have to pay us again to bring them home. Okay. I think I've fucked around with enough of this stuff, probably. This is the one. It's under station configuration. By default, you only have 2 at a time. I've increased that to 5, and that's just the number of tourist contracts that will be offered to take people up to one of our stations. And I think to the hotel and casino, too. I think it's random between them, but could be wrong. But that should be okay, because the goal here, once again, combining everything so that we can be as efficient as possible and make as much money as possible. When we do put up a science station, I also want that science station to be a hotel. And then we can take contracts to bring people up to a hotel and contracts to bring people up to our science station for a tour, and just kind of combine them all into the same monstrous, well, hopefully monstrous, transport vehicle. We are playing on a scaled system, so I might not actually be able to achieve taking all of those contracts at once. But right now we do have a limitation of 7 contracts, so it doesn't really matter for right now. Once we get this upgraded again, it's supposed to go to unlimited, but there is, for whatever reason, still a limit. But at that point, we'll get rid of the limit. We know how to do that just through the difficulty options. But I don't want to do it until we get the mission control fully upgraded. I want to get this, see, we go from 7 to unlimited max active contracts. I want to make that unlimited. But not yet. So I did pull our car back in. I've also canceled out the investor tour. Let's go ahead and accept this one. Since this is so problematic, though, I think we're going to go around and get all of our science, and then if the vehicle's still in good shape, we'll go ahead and grab our investor. And if not, then we'll launch a new car that will go out, the same car, but launch another iteration of it to go and do the actual tour. So we just want the cheese car 2.0 again. Let's relocate this thing. I'm wondering if when we're on a slope like that, if it wasn't working properly because of its distance from the ground, the front of the vehicle is lower than the back of the vehicle. So I'm wondering if putting it up here won't make it work a little bit better. Or if I have a place that won't look quite so shitty that I can put it though. I think that'll work. It'll get a little bit closer to the ground. It shouldn't really affect anything, I hope. Hopefully it's not sticking out so much that that we'll run it, you know, into a slope if we're going up one. Taping everything off. 2 thick jackets, 2 beekeeper hats over each other, taped off. Oh my god. Fuck that. We have a problem with wasps around here too. A couple of times this summer I have to go and spray everything down. Pain in the butt. Thankfully nothing super aggressive that I'm aware of, just the normal aggressiveness of a wasp. Okay, so something totally broke. For some reason I couldn't move it before, and now I can't move it again. Our motors are all turned on. I also forgot solar panels, didn't I? We have power. I can see that our little pitch thingy thing is moving. What the hell is happening here? Why did my vehicle all of a sudden brake? I can't turn. My wheels aren't responding to steering direction, and I can't accelerate. It was that fucking inputs lock thing, and I can't remember what the hell causes that. It's a known issue that's happened before when I've been watching other people, but I've never run into it before, so I don't actually know how the hell to fix that. I might have to talk to Linux Guru Gamer and see if he would know, because I know that he's run into it a few times. But I don't know if there's a way for me to actually solve that problem. And I really don't even know where I would start to look for a solution either. So I do want to try the radar things again. It hadn't really dawned on me, but having this up here is going to make it very difficult for us to nose into buildings. I think we may have to back our way into them. Everyone that you watch has that issue. No shit. I've never run into it before. That is the first time. I wouldn't have even known what to do about it if I would have relaunched the game if it hadn't been for other streamers running into it. I think the one that ran into it the absolute most, like I know I've seen it happen to Linux Guru Gamer on his streams. If you guys haven't met him before, and if you're into mods, I'm sure you've heard the name Linux Guru Gamer. He does stream on, usually on Mondays, Sundays and Mondays every week. Let's give that man a follow. It's spelled just the same way as the forum, or Isley can go ahead and throw out a link there if you would like to. Alright, we'll try it with our butt end. Because I think we can go to the different radars, but it might not be until level 3. Alright, so that just said tracking station. Well, let's try the building. Yeah, he definitely does run the most mods out of everyone. I think anyway, because last time I watched him was sitting at around 240. Actually, not the last time I watched him. Last time I watched him, he was working on a Reddit challenge for a SSTO to... might have been to Eve, I'm not sure. I don't really keep up on the Reddit challenges. Mostly because I can't actually do half of the shit that those guys are doing. There's some of them that are totally made for me, but only some. The rest of them I'm like, yeah, no. There we go. Okay, so this counts as the tracking station hub, which isn't a completely new biome, but is new enough that we'll be able to get a little bit of science off of it. I'm more excited about the new buildings in the R&D because I believe we're going to hit multiple biomes over there. So we were able to grab a surface sample and a couple other things. A surface sample and literally one other thing. Go ahead and clear that out. Oh shit, why is it saying that not all experiments, not all items can be stored? I only had one freaking surface sample, how could they not all be stored? Hopefully that's not gonna be a problem. The reason that I put 4 of them on, and I put them all in the action group, is, let me just break here real quick so I don't fuck anything up. So if we have 4 different samples here, this one will only be able to pull 1 sample out of that one. So that'll pull 1, then I think it shifts that sample over to the next container when it pulls the second sample into this one, and just kind of works like a chain, pulling all of them into, because there's always one like main container that has far more samples than the rest of them, and I haven't really noticed it move around to different ones. I think that's how it works, I'm not really sure though. I'm gonna give this radar one more shot. Actually, probably have Bill hop out. That's what I was trying to do before. We'll go ahead and stop here. Oof. So EVA report from there just counted as tracking station. That one counts as tracking station. Tracking station. Interesting, it counts as KSC. So I guess we won't be able to actually get anything from here until we'll go ahead and grab the surface sample until we upgrade it to the 3rd level, and then I'm pretty sure we can go around to the different dishes, and they count as 1, 2, and 3, I believe. Oof. Working on that upper body strength. Looking good, Bill. Alright, now, let's see if we can get anything from the observatory. I'm really nervous about going down that hill. I'm gonna go this way. I don't want to break this fucking car anymore. I don't think anything over here is anything special. Nope, KSC. We'll try these little buildings, but I don't recall them being a biome. They are a biome. They're the VAB South Complex. Awesome. Who knew? That's another, like, 80 science that was just sitting here that I had no idea about. We'll sure as shit take all of that. And now I'm curious if the other side of it counts as a new one. I'm a little worried about that arm. When I clean the experiment, it cycles through its animation. So hopefully that won't be a problem. I would imagine that all 3 of these count as the South Complex, but it's always worth checking, right? Since it's something new that I didn't even know about. Nope, still South Complex. Okay, cool. Let's go over to the main BAB, since we're here, and then we'll circle back around to the R&D. I think the R&D has the most biomes. Pretty sure. But we might have to get it to level 3 to actually get access to all of them. DAB main building. Now, we did hit this previously, but we're still going to perform all of our experiments and see if we can get anything new. Oh man, I had one pop up right as I was recycling these. I'm going to have to run that again. Perform all signs. This time I'll be patient. There another one that's going to pop up? No, I think we're okay. So we should have two. The seismic scan and I think the surface sample. Oh, gravity scan, atmosphere analysis. Holy crap. I didn't see a surface sample. Bill, get on that. Yeah, and I don't even see one to clear, so I wonder if I have one clogging that thing up, but I don't, I don't know, I might just swap that out for the other soil sampler. I don't think I'm going to worry about it this time. It does add up to a lot of science, though. Every single one of these biomes, I think for the surface sample, we end up with like 24 science. So right now, if we weren't taking soil samples, 1, 2, 3, we're missing at least 75 science. And I want to go around to all the independent little buildings here. Start with this little guy. I would imagine that this whole group would be the same thing. If they are a biome. Might not be until we upgrade to level 3. R&D main building. Okay. I want to kind of keep an eye on this guy to make sure that it's actually working. Material study. I didn't see a soil sample in any of that, unfortunately. Oh, and I've been forgetting to get the EVA reports, too. Balls. Oh, I think I already did all that. So we should be able to just clean them now. Now, I had expected for this to be the main building, or this to be the main building, so I'm pretty sure that all of this is going to be one thing. I think we can check over here. We'll check that one out. We'll obviously check these out. And then we'll check out the ones on the outskirts, and then we'll come back around and grab these two. And as long as I don't pop a tire or anything that we can't fix, I wonder how much science we're going to get this run. It should be a lot more than any of the others. We've already hit 2 biomes that we didn't have anything from before. I wonder if this would be a good spot. Interesting camera change there. Nope, still counting as main building. Okay. So that's one less one to worry about. Let's go check these. And then I'm fairly certain that, like, main building still stays as the same biome when we upgrade this to level 3 R&D. But we'll check it out when we get there. Oh, please don't pop my tires. Still R&D main building. Okay. And then, actually, let's check one out in the grass here, too. So, just out in the grass counts as R&D, rather than a specific building. I do think that there's something that we can get there, though. Don't we have, like, 3 experiments that we hadn't, that we didn't have the first time that we made our rounds here? Let's go ahead and run them all. Shit, it did it again. There's only one thing that we don't have from here. The gravity scan, apparently. Grab all that. Mr. Bill, if you would. Okay, we did get our EVA report. There were some of them that I did remember, but we didn't get a surface sample, so grab it. Grabbing dirt from our own facility for science. Love it. Nothing needs cleaned. Let's keep moving. The lab is this part right here. Right behind the crew cab and this little hatch that we have all of our, well, a lot of our experiments inside. I'll check that one out too when we come back around, but I want to hit that, see if it's anything special. This looks like our storage units or something. Yeah, no problem. It's part of, I think, Mark II. I'll try to remind me if you're still around when we go back into the vehicle assembly bay, and I'll find it for you. Still R&D main building. Bummer. I expected this to have more biomes than anything, but like I said, it might not kick in the extra biomes for the different buildings until we upgrade it to level 3. And I also might not be able to do it from a car. I may have to use a probe and like land on the rooftops of those buildings to actually be within the biome. Usually the car works, but I don't actually know like the edges of any of those biomes. R&D main building, okay. Got a couple more over on this side that we want to check out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. You have the bigger lab? I think there's an adapter to the Mark III plane parts that you can use to integrate the bigger lab into something like this. It looks more like a bus too, but it does give you a nice wide wheelbase. Oopsie. Kind of want my vehicle over this way so that I'm not popping off that soil sampler that doesn't seem to be working. And once again, main building, so I think we're kind of fucked for additional biomes over here. What's all that, Fizz? I want to give this one more shot from over here. I would just skip it, but I'm almost positive that this did count as a different biome at some point. Nope, R&D main building. And it could be a little bit like the space plane hangar where even though we touch the side of it, I might not be in the right spot for collecting the science. So like I said, you might have to land on the roof to get any additional science out of these. Or there may be a, you know, a specific point that we have to be at to do it. Let's see, I don't think we need to check those. spin around over to these guys. Give them one more go, and then we'll hit the astronaut complex and forget the name of the other one, the administration. Let's try the stairs. Nope, still main building. Oh, crap. And I fucked up my wheels. Thankfully, I didn't pick up the investor quite yet. Let's see what we got for that run. I need to get our engineer. I think if we go and do a flyby of both moons, and then we go into a solar orbit and then come back home, then we get up to level 3. Damn, we got 300 science out of that. And we still have 2 buildings to go. Because I don't think I hit the main one there, did I? If I did, then we only have 1 more building to go. We're up to 740 science. I don't remember what we had at the beginning of the day, but it wasn't enough to unlock a node. And now we have enough to unlock several nodes. Wonder if we should go and pick that dude up. Nah, I'm still worried about popping a tire. If we do pop a tire, we'll have him hop out. We'll have the Mikey 12291 hop out, and then we'll recover the vessel. We'll put out another vessel and see if we can continue on the tour. These wheels are kind of killing me here, and I wonder if I can launch that from here. Oh, actually, let's close that. Let's go and edit it. Let's put the other soil sampler on and see if it performs a little bit better. I just chose the first one that we had on the list. Was it JNSQ that changed the biomes for the facility? They could have done. Oh, I have a surface ablation light laser that I didn't have attached to this. I'm not going to go around to everything that we haven't been to that's out of the way, but we might as well throw it on here. And I think it points. I think that's upside down. Oh nope, there we go. I totally missed a fucking experiment that we should have been bringing around this whole time. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. Oh, Mark II expansion is the mod that we have that gives us the Mark II science bay. It's just a little 2-crew science bay. The mobile processing lab is probably what we're going to use because it has more scientists, so I'm assuming that it will process science more quickly. We're going to make a remote science facility that'll just stay here on the surface before we put up our orbital facility. And then we'll send them samples of our experiments that we do on like our probes and our telescopes, and we'll have them processing some stuff here. I hadn't actually noticed the little radio bay. So that would be a really nice swap out for the material bays that we're using. I think we'll go for it. I think I'm going to relocate these. I'm going to grab this guy. I'm going to get rid of that soil sampler. And we're going to try out the SSTU version. Do need to make sure that it's close enough to the ground though. Now where the hell can I put that where it's going to be able to reach the ground? Should we give it a wiener? Is that inappropriate? That looks a little TOS. I don't think I really have any alternative though. Well, I don't know, maybe on the other side of this. What if I attach it here? Flip it around. Because I don't have anywhere to click on the other side of this. wonder if that'll work with how far we'll set down with our shocks. And then I also want to see if the animation is going to clip into this. Oh, it is. Yeah, that won't work at all. Come with me, Drill. I guess you're going to have to go on the back. Or I could put it inside of the bay. We're not really using the bay for anything else. That might be a better way. Can't recall if the bays touch the ground or not. I don't think that they did. I don't know where the fuck to put this thing. It's got to be somewhere where none of the parts will clip, but if I retract it, it's actually got to go up higher, and I don't think it'll be able to reach, otherwise I can't close that bay. Damn. This is kind of a shorty. I wonder if we can put a science experiment on one of the new motorized parts that are part of the DLC. Because I think all we need is a piston. I think I'll extend the piston with action group number 1, which usually would collect all data. Nah, I'm gonna have to put that in a different action group. We'll do it as number 2. We'll extend and retract, so I guess just toggle piston. And we'll have to do action group number 2 before we do action group number 1. Let's go ahead and move that inside of the base of this. Let's see if it'll work. Okay, and what else was I gonna add? Oh, right, I was gonna swap these guys in. I think that definitely looks better. These small material bays that we've just equipped are part of SSTU. I am going to leave them on the outside. We could just go and throw them all inside of the bay here. But if I leave them on the outside, then I can actually see if they're open or not. And it's kind of a reminder for me that I need to clean our experiments. See if our new soil sampler is going to do an okay job. Well, that's no good. So if I want the animation, like, it did grab some data, but if I want the animation, I have to actually put the toggling of the drill into the action group. And I do think that I want that. I also think that I want to square this up with how it's supposed to attach to the piston. I want to move the piston higher up, and I want the piston to extend further down, so that we have more clearance when we go over hills and everything. But otherwise, yeah, that'll work. Let's go ahead and keep the ones that we didn't have before. We don't need to clean them out or move them into anything. We'll just keep them. Cover the vessel, make those small edits. I think I'm going to move the sleeve, like the upper part of the piston, internal. And it'll extend kind of out at an angle. Then, since we know that that'll work, I might put that inside of the bay, or on the back of the vessel again. I don't know why I call it a vessel. Back of the car. A little bit further. It's very difficult to see it. There we go. Now the little strut that it's connected to is pretty well squared up with the base of the piston. Maybe I'll just put it right off of the side. Damn it. I hate that so bad. When I click and it doesn't actually do the input that I've clicked. So I move my mouse and then it's like, oh, you wanted to attach this way over here where your mouse is now. No game. Sometimes it's not too bad, but sometimes it's really just a total pain in the ass. Especially when you're working on a large vessel and you're trying to attach like 8 different pieces radially onto something. Or like if you've pre-created a satellite and you're trying to attach it to your deployer. Shit's so annoying. Ooh, that's also annoying. My total limit has changed. So I need a new part. Very sensitive. There we go. I had to put in a new part because my extension limit was not at 0.8 anymore. It was at 3.4 where I previously set it. But I don't know how far this is actually going to have to go outward to do its job. That might be just about right. Just full extension. So target extension will be 0.8. Back into our action groups. Action group number 2 will be for the hydraulic cylinder. Toggle piston. And then we'll use all y'all to perform all of the experiments, hopefully. I think it'll be, I think it'll work. Save it. Give it a shot. Was there anything else I needed to add? I don't think so. These are a little askew, though. Not that I care about such things. Not that I'm anal about the placement of parts. Yeah, for sure, Pops. Is annoying. The hell? For some reason my action group didn't work. That looks like it'll be just fine, going to full extension from where I have it right now. I don't know why my action group didn't work though. Oh, because I put it in the wrong fucking place. That would definitely do it. I had it set up on staging, because why wouldn't I? I think I also want to toggle the drill itself. So that when the piston extends, the drill extends. When the piston retracts, the drill retracts, hopefully. You know what would be really neat is if all y'all had something similar to the action groups, where we could go and tie in like the main, you know, if I could bind perform all science to an action group, then we could do one action group that not only performs all of our science, just like our right-click menu option here, but that would also go and activate parts as needed. Oh yeah, perfect. Now we should have had all that done already, pretty sure. Let's go and file through them. Because when we first came out here, I did run the new surface ablation laser experiment before I went and collected all those. Go ahead and reset everything. I'll just toggle that with the right-click menu, since we don't need to collect any signs. Okay, let's try this. We'll make a couple of stops. The crawler way, just grab the surface ablation laser, but only the shit that's like right, you know, in front of us. Science alert does that. One button deploys all of them. But what I was thinking is more like additional action groups as well as executing all the science. Does it do that? Like, could I have the piston extend and the drill toggle as part of performing all the science? It was a suggested mod for a couple of things. So I have had Science Alert installed before, but I've never actually used it. So this should be the crawler way, and I'm pretty sure that we have absolutely everything except for the surface scan here. That's the only one that I really wanted to grab. Apparently it's only about 4 signs, so I'm definitely not going to go out of my way to grab those. The only thing that I think I would change is the stuff that this stuff I would like to add that to action group number 1, and then add collection of all the data to action group number 2. That way I'm just hitting 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, you know. Right now it's just 2, 1, so it's not like it's a big deal. It's not like I'm gonna forget. But when I come to this vessel later, I'm probably gonna be like, why the fuck didn't I set that up properly? Excuse me. Get up there. Now I'm pretty sure we only have 2 more biomes that we need to go to. I'm not going to stop at the VAB just for 5 science points from the surface ablation laser. But our rover is kind of coming together. Eventually, anywhere that we can fit one, I'm probably going to add additional wheels. And I do think that it's going to get wider or longer. I think for the actual moon rover, I'll probably go with Mark IV spaceplane parts. They're quite a bit wider. I want the widest wheelbase that I can possibly get from this side to this side. And I want as little space as possible between all of my wheels. So I may even move these either to the top or to the bottom so that we can fit an additional set or 2 of wheels in there. And then as long as I don't pop any fucking tires, we'll grab our tourist and or our investor, and we'll try to take them around to everywhere that they want to go. Okay, so this is a worthy place to stop, just right outside of that thing. Perform all sign. Oh, wait. Let's get the drill out. Perform all science. So I'm pretty sure we've got 2 or 3 of them that we can get from here. We're not going to get anywhere near as much as we got last time. This won't be a 300 science mission. Now all the rest of those can just be reset. And then we'll try up on the building because I think we've upgraded this. I don't remember. Nope, still just counts as astronaut complex. I'm just gonna back up for safety real quick. I'm gonna have Bill go and grab a surface sample. But it looks like we've already got that too. Didn't get an EVA report though. Alright, well. Just that one last building back here. And then I think we're good to go. We could also stop at the flagpole for 4 extra science too, I guess, but I don't really give a shit about 4 extra science all that much. I guess since it's there, let's back up to it. Then we'll hit that last building and we'll go and grab our investor. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, we also needed a gravity scan from here, apparently. Looks like that's it. So one oddity from this one is that it doesn't need reset, and all of our other... Ooh, maybe it does. I do have a take surface sample option, so I might not actually be able to collect the data from that. I'll have to grab that manually. So we should still have more surface samples that we're not actually getting, but once again, oh well. Unless it can collect multiple samples, but that would be pretty different from any of the other parts that we use. No, it does look like it's grabbing additional surface samples. So there's 3 different parts that I've used before that grab surface samples. One of them can store 3 independent samples at a time. One of them that can store 1 sample at a time. And apparently this one can store multiple, and I'm not sure if there's a limit. There's no indicator on it. Whereas the one has like 3 little lights that'll be red if there's no surface sample, and then they just toggle green one after the other as it fills up. And then you have to go out and actually grab all the surface samples later on. Okay, it looks like that's all we're getting from here. And we'll see if the building will give us anything without popping our tires. It says crew report from administration. Was that not the same biome? Okay, so the building itself won't give us anything. Alright, that's fine. Let's grab our investor. I'm just gonna make him chill in the airlock, just to get this shit over with. And hopefully I'm not gonna pop any tires this time. But that way, if anything bad does happen, he can just pop right back out of the airlock and we don't have to transfer crew or anything like that. What you need to do is get the specific Copernicus for 1.7.1. That's one of the very, very few mods that is completely version locked. So 1.7.1 will not be compatible. The version that's made for 1.7.1 will only be compatible with version 1.7.1. So if you're downloading the latest version, that'll be for 1.7.2. Just go into the GitHub or go into Space Dock, and you should be able to find the previous one. I would think that this one would be the one. And I can't freaking remember where you go to get the previous ones. See, I really like how Space Dock is set up for looking at previous versions. I can never remember how you do it in this one. There you go. You go to releases. And you want to find the specific one for the version that you're on. So if you're on version 1.7.2, I don't know if any of these are actually compatible with 1.7.2. You may have to stay at 1.7.1. Oh, you said that you're on 1.7.1, so yeah, I would think that any of these would work. And I can't recall exactly which version I'm working off the top of my head. We've got one of the earliest ones, though. It seems to work out okay for me right now, so that's why I'm not upgrading it yet. What does it save it under? Oh, it's right here. Because I would think that it would have the specific version that I'm using somewhere in here, but I'm using build 5 at the moment, 1.7.1-5. If you want the same one that I'm using. But I don't know, they may have fixed some issues that you won't run into with Copernicus on a later one. Beer? Sure. Oh, thank you, Isley. Sorry, I should have just pasted the link. But it looks like it's just under releases. And I want Mr. Bill, since he can't repair our wheels, he really was just here for surface samples. Just go ahead and pop your head out real quick. I like how our investor got a complimentary spacesuit. Okay, nothing there for him to grab, but that's fine. Always worth checking. You go ahead and move into the lab, please. Clear out some room for our investor. And I do need to bring up the contract window. I have to know which facilities he wants to go to. The first one was the spaceplane hangar last time. Okay, it looks like it's still going to be the spaceplane hangar first. Might surprise you someday. Actually, what I could really go for is some wheat beer. I'm like craving some Blue Moon or Shock Top, but if it's a pain in the ass, then no worries. Picking up alcohol in Utah is a pain in the ass. Now we want the admin building, this one back here. Then we'll circle back to the astronaut complex on our way over to R&D, then the VAB, and then the tracking station to finish out the tour and generate a contract for our first hotel. And I don't know, we haven't even put up a station yet. I know that I do want to put up a station because I'd like to make our little telescope into kind of a drone that will go back and forth between one observatory type station. And I'm also considering making our Hubble into a small research station. But we haven't put our Hubble up quite yet. I think that might be what we work on next, actually. Getting the Hubble up there, because pretty easy. I'm not sure what the total weight of the payload will end up being. But that would definitely be a handy telescope to have up there. Downside of that one, it does have those super sensitive lenses. So if I accidentally point that son of a bitch at the sun, we're going to destroy them, and then we have to go all the way up to it to fix them. But we do garner quite a bit of science from them. From that telescope, in one go. Much more science than we get from the Tarsier telescope. In one go, anyway. And I can't recall, Isley, do you recall if the Hubble can take photographs from different biomes and get additional science per photo? Because I quite simply can't remember. If it can't, then there's really no reason for us to send it out to the moon or anything. But if it can, I think I'm going to want 2 of them. We'll do a prototype that we'll put up into just a low orbit, maybe high orbit. Then we'll do another one that's made to do a tour of the 2 moons. Oh, I hit the VAB too soon. I have to go back around to the VAB. I needed R&D before the VAB. Kind of from biomes, more from like the different spheres of influence. Never really tested it? Okay, we'll test it. I don't remember if we sent it out to the other ones. I know that the Tarsier ones, though, those you can definitely use from different locations, because it even tells you you're taking a photograph from the orbit of Kerbin. You can take those photographs from the orbit of yada and yada and yada, and basically just get more science for the same, for a photograph of the same body. You had 4 contracts to put them up. Oh my. They really like their Hubbles in your game, huh? Easy peasy. Much easier than trying not to pop my wheels when I'm going up and trying to ram buildings. Sweet. Grab the vessel. We didn't get a whole lot of science, unfortunately. And the surface ablation laser only netting 4 total science per thingy thing. Just didn't seem to even be worth the time to stop at the different facilities and get the additional 4. We will make a mental note of that, though, because if we're like 4 science away from unlocking something that we really want right now, then we know that we can just go over to the VAB or the runway or whatever and run that experiment one time. So altogether, we ended up with about 800 science from the use of our car today. And the most important thing is that we've generated a contract to... Oh. Exceptional contract ribbon. Rewarded for completing any exceptional contract. Why the fuck didn't Jeb get credit for it? Jeb must have already had one. That's probably why. Now if we go back into mission control... We have a build a space hotel mission, which is going to pay us $600,000. Oh, baby. 2 releases. So this is the main page. That'll have the most current version and all of the information. If you go to releases right in the center up at the top here, you have commits, branches, contributors, I think that's the licensing, and this is the different releases with their patch notes. And then if you're using Stardock, let's just pull up a random mod. Something that's been around for a while. This is my favorite one. Because here you just go to... I say that and then I can't find it right away. Changelog. And it's got pretty much the same thing as what we were looking at, but independent download links for the specific version, and it tells you what version it was originally compiled for too. SpaceDock is my favorite way to get mods, just because of that. But always check... Oops, I clicked on source code. Always check the actual forum post, just to see if there's like something that says this won't be compatible with any planet packs ever, you know, then you save yourself some time. So TST wants us to take a photograph of the sun. Transmit or recover the science data garnered. Well, I mean, for 120 fucking science and 80 grand plus a $50,000 advance, we can't say no to that. We gotta take that. And then when we do our hotel, we're also going to want to accept a contract like this, and we're going to want to have to make that hotel complete this contract as well as the space hotel contract. We have 96 days to accept that one. We have 5 hours, 50 minutes, and 10 seconds, a little less than 1 day to accept this one if we want to take it. Have a habitation module, have 2 pilots on the station, a facility that supports at least 6 curveballs. Yeah, we should be able to blend those together and complete both at the same time. Then we take our final payout from 600,000 to 827,000. But on top of that, the coolest thing about that is when we generate additional contracts for an orbital station that are associated with this contract, they'll be heading right up to the space hotel. So we can then take those contracts and put them together with future tourist contracts as well. And I like that. I don't think that I want to take any of these ScanSat ones quite yet. We do need to do some tourist stuff. Do a complex scan with a rover arm of a baobab tree. So that other science arm that I took off, they want us to go and find a baobab tree and use that arm to scan it. And apparently they will be generated in the Highlands biome. Interesting. I don't know if I'm going to take that quite yet. Long-term orbital recon survey of Kerbin. The hell part is that? Recon scan. If it's southern and northern hemisphere, I think it's one of our satellite, one of our spy sats. It looks like it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass, but that might be worth taking. Doesn't pay out all that well, so it's not a high priority though. An orbital survey of Eve. Yeah, we won't be taking this kind of a contract. Look at the payout though. A $342,000 advance, $423,000 payoff, plus all of this stuff. If we bring a soil moisture scanner, a multi-spec, material study, a radioplasma wave scan, holy shit, a radiant scanner, orbital telescope, and a magnetometer. Now, some of these are actually going to be a pain in the ass. Like the soil moisture scanner is huge. And off the top of my head, I think the orbital telescope is fairly small. The magnetometer, we know what that is. The irradiance scan, I think, is the RPWS, but I'm not positive on that one. Actually, that might be the GORSAT, because that's the RPWS. The radioplasma wave scan is the RPWS. Material study, we all know and love that one. And the multi-spec, that one's fairly small. So the soil moisture scanner is going to be the biggest pain in the ass on this contract. But the fact that it's going to take us forever to actually get that probe out there, and we have a limit of 7 contracts, definitely not going to take that. This one is closer to doable, but doesn't pay out as well as our tourist mission, so we won't be taking that either until we get unlimited contracts. Extract 8 units of ore from the Mun. Hell no. Not yet. We do have a boot camp contract that has been generated, but... oh, that's not the one that I'm thinking of. The one that I want is Space Camp. And I believe that we need, well, I don't know if we need it, but we're going to go and put up a training facility in orbit at some point when we do those Space Camp ones. Those are the ones that we edited earlier today, so I do want to relaunch the game before I accept any of those so that we can get multiple classes up into the station at the same time. And then we'll try to figure out what we're going to do with that. We do have a lot of heavy lifters now. It's more a matter of what is going to make us the most money. And we'll also, after we're done looking through our contracts, we'll go and spend some of our science. Build a space hotel. Has to have an antenna. Has to have 4 antenna. 2 docking ports. Oh my good lord. Crew capacity of at least 50. Why do you hate me? How the fuck are we gonna do that? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what the crew capacity of some of the later, the late game habitation parts are. We have a lot of stuff that we can definitely unlock. Life support, don't need that. I thought there was one for habitats, but I guess not. It'll probably be under utility or structural. I can fit 6 people in these. I would need 10 of these. I need 9. And I think that's our best option. The next best option is the hitchhiker, which can only fit 4 people. I don't know how the hell we're gonna do that. No, I do. I know how we're gonna do that. We're gonna wait. That's not going to happen with what we have right now. That thing would be a fucking monster if we had to use the parts that we have available right now. Let's go ahead and... yeah, why I didn't change it. Oh, did I just launch it? I meant to leave the facility. Okay, good. I just left. Let's go into the R&D here. We have 800 signs that we can allocate. Short-term habitation. Gives us better recyclers. Food creation stuff, those are going to be important. Some habitation stuff from SSTU, but I'm not seeing... Oh, okay, 3 crew and a 2 crew. So, I think, yeah, we're gonna have to go all the way to long-term habitation, which is 1,000 science, and we have a limitation of 500 until we upgrade the R&D. And even when we get here... Wait a minute, I'm actually not seeing the pieces that I'm looking for. Because we should have some inflatable habitat modules. They may have been moved to a different location. We are using probes before crew, which has restructured our tech tree. Normally, I think they would be down here, though. We do have 1 habitat ring, and a lot of other SSTU stuff. Exotic solar. Now I'm just kind of scattershotting to see if I can spot one of our inflatables. Because I can't remember off the top of my head, but, well, okay, so that'll hold 5. But it's not one of our inflatables. I think the inflatables can hold, not the, I think the centrifuge ones can hold maybe 12 to 15 curveballs or 16 curveballs. And then I think the blimp was quite a few as well. Here we go. There we go. So the blimp can hold 9. Fewer than I thought. Thanks, memory. Advanced airlock. The shanty is something that we're going to use for a lot of our vessels. That can hold 6. Then if we go further, it's all the way up here in composites. If we go further, I think we're going to have even larger stuff that we can use. But this is our limit, so that's the best that we can get right now. If we unlock composites, we can get the blimp for 9. That would definitely be better. If our target's 50, then that would be 4 of these, and then we could probably make up the rest of those with, you know, all the other parts that are going to be on there. But before I get the blimp and put that up, I kind of wanted the astrogation module. because it looks so fucking good. But it's all the freaking way out here. The Vista Astrogation module. And that's another 1,000-point node. So we have to get the R&D upgrade, pay $550 for the preceding tech, plus the 1,000 for that one. A little bit out of reach at the moment. These are 300 apiece. Everything in this line is 300 apiece. So I don't know if I want to go for the blimps and the shanty right now. Because now's about the time. Oh, the dirigible. I forgot about that one. So the dirigible inflatable habitation module can hold 18. And that one's much more better. Twice as much as the blimp. We'd only need 2 of those. And then our farms and everything would make up for the rest of the spots that we need. But we do have some backtracking to do. So far, I've skipped all of our storage technology stuff. Those are going to be very important. And I've also skipped all of our habitation, life support stuff. So we don't have recycling. We don't have hydroponics yet. We do have 2 inflatables, but they have a capacity of 4 and a capacity of 6. So that's not really a solution. Shit, and that's all we can get before we upgrade the R&D. Then we can get short-term habitation, which will actually give us like the better hydroponics module to grow food in, the nomadic automated food development thingy, the better recycling module. Oh, we do get another inflatable, but only a crew capacity of 8. So I think I'm going to go ahead and grab these. I'm going to grab all of this stuff down here just to get it out of the way while we have what we have. Because if I spend that science anywhere else, I'm severely limiting our ability to do any kind of a manned mission that will take us out to the moon. I can't think of anything right now that we need radiators for. So I think we can skip heat management for now. And logistics I might come in to unlock later, but I'm not going to grab this one at 300 quite yet. Because it's mostly like storage cans. And we might be able to get by with what we have currently. And if not, like if we need a 2.5 meter fertilizer tank or a life support tank to hold supplies and mulch, then we'll come back in here and we'll grab that. So I'm going to skip heat management to unmanned tech. What are you offering us? Come back. An advanced gyroscope. The station service module. I need the station up there before I can really justify unlocking that. But eventually we will use a Soya style station service module to do resupply missions. I am a little bit tempted to grab the landing gear and the additional wheels because our car kind of sucks. It's not that bad, but if I could get a car that could go much faster, you know, I would rather. This is all reaction wheels. SAS halves, and I guess we do have a MechJeb guidance computer, but otherwise, it looks like it's all, what the fuck do you call them? Probe cores and, no, it's not even probe cores, it's SAS units. SAS units and thruster blocks, monopropellant stuff. I do like the heavy RCS thrusters, though. They are pretty damn good. We only have 476 to invest. So honestly, out of everything that we looked at so far, I think that I do probably want to grab those habitation modules. That's an asteroid sounding experiment and a forklift. I don't think we need that. Yeah, I think we go ahead and get the blimp and the dirigible. And this is mostly hangars, trusses, different things that we will need fairly shortly, but that we don't need, right now. So I think that's fine. I think we made wise spending decisions. We still have 174, so we could unlock one of these nodes, or this node down here. I think I'll sit on the 174 that we have right now, and we'll see what we actually need next. Like, these bigger parachutes would be great for some of our solid rocket boosters so that they're recoverable. I'm also kind of keen on these additional legs. And then we do get a couple of other wheels, but they're retractable, but they're not motorized, so they wouldn't really have anything to do with the car. They're more geared for, I guess we do get the Caribou modular wheel too, but the others are more geared for landing gear on like a plane than what we would want them for, I think. Although I might start to use those as landing gear, because they do have a very high impact tolerance. Much higher than regular landing gear for some reason. They seem to be a hell of a lot more resilient. So they might make a good substitute for now for landing gear. And the way that they deploy actually makes them pretty good landing gear too. The only problem is you definitely want a set of wheels that's going to cancel out the momentum from the other wheels. So we would just use them to set down, then we would retract them so that we would rest on the retracted... here, let me just click on them. So that we would rest on this part rather than on the wheel itself, because we don't want to, roll down any hills or anything like that in our pods. No, I think we're good. I don't see anything else that I absolutely have to have. I do really want these air brakes. And I think we should have grid fins in here somewhere too. I love all these OPT space plane parts. They're so good. Don't think we need them right now though. And then we're also going to get some Mark III space plane parts, or Mark III, I guess they're more shuttle parts, aren't they? Oh. Interesting. New command pod down here too. Oh, and I like the larger control surfaces on this one too. This is 300 science though, we have 174, and we have a couple of things that we might need to break into. Thermal, if we run into heat problems, specialized control if we need more powerful monopropellant nozzles, advanced landing for the better wheels. I think subsonic flight and efficient flight systems are going to wait until we get into like balloon probes. And I don't really see these solid boosters look pretty good. Air augmented solid booster. I've never used those before. I see a couple of pieces that might be kind of fun, but nothing that I feel is worth the 250 science it would take to unlock both of them right now. Okay, so let's get out of there. I think with the remainder of our time today, we should work on a Hubble before we go and fuck around with a station. We should probably also get a tourist mission going. Should we do that first? I don't think we have much in the way of editing to do on the tourist vessel. But the sooner we get that done, the sooner their 1 hour in space, or 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever, is completed. And we really are focusing quite a bit on money right now. Oh, and we have to go take a photograph too. Let's take the photograph before we do anything. But let's hit mission control real quick. We take a picture of the sun. So the easiest ones for us to do right now, I can only take 2 of them. That'll be 7. I think we have an 8-man vessel that's ready to go. These two pay the best. Actually, these probably pay a little bit better, but they're a little bit more finicky. These are just get them up into low orbit and let them chill for an hour. Let's take the two largest ones. I think I'll take that third one and we'll start working on one of our larger tourist vessels, actually. I'm going to go out to the tracking station up to our Tarsier telescope. Definitely don't want to use our fungi telescope because if I point that at the sun, we'll destroy the lens inside of it. But this is just an easy couple bucks. It's hard to say no to this. Are you gonna load in? You don't have to. Makes it really difficult to play the game if you don't, though. Hello? I'm very confused. I've never had something take this long to load in. I hope I didn't break something. Okay, something's fucked. Oh yeah, we got a scrolling null ref. Oh no. Oh to the no. I'm gonna see if we can just leave and go back in. Hopefully it's just a fluke. I don't know, tried to head up to our telescope, the one that we just did the circularization burn for earlier on in the playthrough. And I got scrolling null ref, so my prime suspect at the moment is the contract. Maybe an incompatibility with Tarsier. Could be anything though, hopefully just a fluke. We've launched several vessels and we've even performed maneuvers on this. So I don't really expect any issues, but I might have to relaunch, which takes a hot minute. Yeah, so we're definitely throwing again. Can't even bring up the debug menu. That really sucks. So I'm gonna try one other thing because we don't have a whole lot of time left today. It's already 2:15. It's gonna take us 10 minutes to launch the damn game. Actually, I think it's like 5 now, but still, it's a long time for launching just to be able to do one little thing. So I'm gonna try to switch to a different vessel and switch from that vessel to the one that we want. See if we get a different result. But I might have to relaunch. Which sucks. Thankfully, our persistent save is before we actually selected a vessel, so we shouldn't have to worry about, like, losing the save or anything, you know, overly dramatic. But it does look like I'm going to have the same problem. I'm going to try one more thing before I give up, though. Active vessel is in atmosphere. No, it isn't. I think I'm boned, though. I think the game lost all my objects. Thanks, Unity. But once we run the game again, it should be taken care of. So I'm going to load up a different save, then I'm going to load up the previous save, just to see if there was any overlap of information. Hopefully that'll clear it out. And then I'm going to launch a new vessel and switch from the new vessel if the new vessel isn't bugged through the map rather than the tracking station. See if we can get around it. Then we'll take a recount of what we've done if it is something that we need to bug fix. So we unlocked a couple of nodes. It could be associated with a part, I guess. Probably not, though. It's not very likely. Playing Kerbal? What do you mean? We are definitely playing KSP. Do you mean, are we on stock? Okay, yeah. So the camera doesn't have an object to reference. It can't actually unpack it. Something has happened. Oh no, yeah, we play all kinds of games. We are revisiting Kerbal Space Program for a while. Today we were actually supposed to play Pillars of Exile. No, fucking A, man. Now I'm just mixing names. It's called PoE, and I keep confusing it with Path of Exile and Pillars of Eternity. I was going to play Pillars of Eternity. I'd like to do an entire playthrough of the first one and the new second one, because I picked it up for fairly cheap on the Steam sale, and it seems like it'll be a good one for streaming. So I want to give it a shot. I'm going to go ahead and relaunch it, but I don't know how long it's going to take. So we might pull up some Slay the Spire or something. We play all kinds of strategy games, simulation games, that kind of a thing. Occasionally, if my friends... We are part of the Happy Camper stream team. They are a professional gaming organization. And so every now and then our friends from there or other streamers will ask if we want to play like PUBG, and then I'll stream like maybe an hour of it before I give up. And usually I'll continue playing and I'll throw a host to one of the guys that knows what they're doing, because I do not play a lot of first-person shooter games. I am hoping that some of my play in Arma, I've been playing a lot of Arma lately, I'm hoping that some of it will translate over to PUBG and maybe it won't suck so bad. But I get like 2 kills a day, and these guys get like, 2 wins an hour or more, and they're asking me to play with them. So it's kind of more like protect the VIP more than anything. What did you guys pick up on the Steam sale? Did anybody grab anything? All I've grabbed so far was PoE 2, Pillars of Eternity 2, because I didn't have that one yet. I was going to also buy Pillars of Eternity 1. Apparently I already own it. There were actually 3 different games that I tried to purchase that apparently I already own, because I have a game problem. We have 732 games on just Steam, and I only started using Steam about 5 years ago. So I have probably almost an equal number of games on like GOG, Gamersgate, Fanatical, all the other all the other ones. Is this the new? No, that one's 2017. I heard something from Reed during his stream about a new flight simulator, a new Microsoft flight simulator that's coming out that apparently looks amazing. You got a point and click and 2 DLCs. Nice. Deb loves the point and click adventure games and the hidden object games, so I'm always keeping an eye out for more of those to buy for her, especially the bundles. I don't know if you guys use PC Part Picker, but I keep an eye on like the general shit that's up there, and that points out a lot of different bundles. Usually can get like 20 of those kind of games for like $5. Yeah, KSP is awesome. No problem at all. Even if I'm not playing Kerbal Space Program. So what I was saying is, I think we're going to start rotating it, because I do plan on playing KSP for quite a while. So I think 2 or 3 days a week we'll go ahead and do KSP, and then the other couple of days a week we'll do some other game. Previously, what I would usually do is about 7 days per game. We would give a game an entire week where we would just feature that one game. And usually it's indie titles. We do AAA titles, like really a lot of everything, but mostly in the simulation and strategy and like city management kind of thing, which is kind of a combination of strategy and simulation. Have any of you guys tried Pathfinder? Because I asked in Reed's chat last night, and the people that have played it kind of had negative things to say about it. But I only have one friend that's made a review for it, and Brohan, and he recommends against it. There's a bunch of people with it on their watch list. I do have a bunch of friends that actually own it already, but none of them have left reviews other than the one negative one. I don't know, like, it's got mostly positive reviews, 71%, 81% recent reviews in the positive, and it looks like the kind of game that I would love, but I don't know, because altogether with the DLC, it is rather pricey. It's like $70 or something like that, and with so many people, like, everyone that I've talked to that played it said it was kind of shit. But, yeah, so we'll probably play Kerbal Space Program as a mainstay game, a couple of days a week. Maybe 3, and then we'll focus on other games the other days of the week rather than doing a full 7, because otherwise I think we're going to end up playing Kerbal Space Program for about a year, and I don't want to just cut out like playing any of the other games again. When I first streamed Kerbal Space Program in God, I can't even think of the version it was. It was before 1.4. It was when I truly learned how to play the game. It was stable enough. I think it was like version 0.8 or 0.9. Before that, it was very unstable. I couldn't save vessels. I couldn't revert flights without the game crashing. And I don't know if it was actually the game. It was probably a combination of the game and the computer that I was using at the time. And I probably got about, 80 to 100 hours into the game back then. And then when I came back to the game and I streamed it the first time, I played it for about almost a year, I think. Or maybe 6 months. And that's where I first learned how to play the game. And then I played it off stream. I took a break from streaming for about 4 years. And when I came back to it, we started with Kerbal Space Program because it was the last game that I had streamed. And there were so many things that I still wanted to do on it. And we ended up playing it nonstop, 6 days a week, 10 to 14 hours a day for 7 months. So then after that, when I finally got away from it and started playing X4, we started doing more variety type stuff. And I do prefer the variety type stuff rather than just sticking exclusively to KSP. Octopath Traveler also looks pretty cool. It's JRPG. It's made by Square Enix, and it looks a lot like those RPG... What is that RPG creator thingy thing? The Whispered Word. I'm gonna have to look at that one. And the Blackwell series. I'll have to look at that one too. Off the top of my head, I can't think of them. I used to play a lot of games like this on the Super Nintendo. These were my favorite types of games to play on the Super Nintendo, but I haven't played anything, and Square Enix actually made like the vast majority of my favorites that I played on the Super Nintendo. $60? I just noticed that. What? Better be pretty fucking good. I'm gonna have to watch some, check out some reviews. Check out those other games that you mentioned, because this takes forever to come up. We should hear it in the background when it's done. Blackwell? Is that what you said? And then Whispered Word? Looks like there was a complete pack too. Oh, these are some of those point and clicks. I think I may have already bought this for Deb. I'll have to actually check her list. She loves this kind of game. I used to play those on one of my first computers. My first computer that I ever built was a Pentium 2. And so I played like King's Quest and Dragon Quest and all kinds of pretty neat ones. Those were probably my favorite games in that era. Then I think after that I kind of migrated over to console for quite a while. Thanks, GoldenEye. Let's go ahead and recover that, and let's see if this will work. Deponia I've definitely heard of. I might even own it, but I don't think I ever played it. I may have got that on a bundle. No, apparently not. If I do own it, then I only have it as a key, and I haven't actually put it in. We're gonna try this again. Hopefully the relaunch was worth it. I'll have to ask Deb about those when she gets home. There we go. I don't know what that little ding is, but I wonder if whatever is making that little ding had anything to do with our problem there. Ironically, it would figure, wouldn't it? We finally get up to this vessel, and it just passed the horizon here. Yeah, maybe not just. It's actually at about midnight. That's not too bad. I want to take a photograph of the sun, and it would figure that it's we're just now getting blocked. So we'll just time warp over there. This will be one of our first photographs that we've actually taken with this. We did a couple of test photographs because I was curious about one of the mechanics involved with the Tarsier Space Technology and Research Bodies mods. But we haven't actually sent any of them home yet, because first I want to create a capsule where either a capsule or a drone that can come up and dock to the front of this and pull the actual photographs off. There's only so much science we can get if we transmit it, and I don't want that limitation. I suppose, do I want to take more? So if I want to take more photos, there is a annoying feature of this that I cannot disable. So I want to make a save that's just called money, and then when I go to load my save, I can see that the money save, I had $362,234. I'm going to reimburse us for the cost of these photos if we do incur a cost, because it annoys the fuck out of me. Now, if I forget to make this save, I'm not going to guess at how much money it cost me. We'll just eat that money, because I didn't want to cheat. But I dislike that feature of the mod, so I really don't feel like it's cheating. I think it's kind of fucking stupid that you can't just disable it. There's no way to disable it. It's hard-coded into the DLL of the mod, and that annoys the piss out of me. Now we do have an active connection. Let's go ahead and open up our camera. And we want to control from the camera. And if we go ahead and zoom out, what do we have clear line of sight of? It looks like we should have clear line of sight of that body and that body. Let's start with the one that's further out. I'm going to set it as our target. I need to turn off the flight computer because it likes to initiate this weird like roll, and I don't want it to do that. I want SAS on, and I want SAS to align us with that object. We do a mandatory RCS, so I did have to enable our thrusters there. And I'm just going to leave them enabled, but I will disable RCS for now. We're going to try to get on target with the gyroscope. It does take a second for this to actually align to something stable enough for us to take a photograph with. And we can already see the body that we're trying to line up with. Oh, not much. We still haven't upgraded our mission control, so we're limited to the contracts that we currently have, plus 3 extra ones, and one of the contracts that I took was to take a photograph of the sun, so I figured while we're up here, we might as well grab a photograph of some other stuff, too. Let's go ahead and move that to large, so we can get a good look at it. And we'll go ahead and take... I think we can transmit 2 or 3 photos home. We're looking at Lindor right now, and we can see it looks like some oxygen clouds. I have no idea what the actual composition of this would be, but typically gas giants are not oxygen. However, in the very upper atmosphere of most gas giants, you will find oxygen ice crystals, and they look like white clouds. It could also be a surface feature, but I would be fairly surprised because this definitely appears to be a gas giant. Could be an ice giant. I would imagine that these, and that little puff there, and that little puff there, are just ice clouds. Kind of neat looking. Interesting, though, that it doesn't have any swirling storms or anything like that, like a gas giant typically would. Let's go ahead and transmit that one home. And I do think that I want to reorient this, even though I'm going to throw it off a little bit. If we look at our nav ball, I kind of want the arms of our little V marker there to be lined up as closely as possible within 90 and the 270 line, so that we're actually kind of looking at it. We're kind of looking at it sideways right now, and I kind of want to look at it from, you know, like if we were standing up and facing toward it and looking at it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So even with mandatory RCS, we do have a little bit of gimbal control. We can do, or gyroscopic control. We can encourage a bit of a spin. And try to get even with that, and then I'll allow the computer to go ahead and realign us with our target. And it looks like we're already coming around to get some sun because of that bit of time warping that I did. So that's always good. And I do want to take multiple photographs of this, but only enough to exhaust our science. Kind of a house rule kind of thing. So one of the things that apparently you can do with this, we just tested it. I'd never really realized that you could do it before. See, now the swirls are kind of in line with the rotation of the gas giant. That's all I was trying to do, just reorient the vessel so that we're looking at it from with the North Pole north, the South Pole south, that kind of a thing, equator right in the middle, that kind of a thing. Now it could have a natural tilt, but if it did, when I orient to this 270 line so that I'm at least even with it, even though it's a little bit south of it, if I'm even with that, then I would know if these stripes are going this way, that there's a built-in tilt to this, to the rotation of this. Not that it matters or anything. We'll take an additional photo because we can get just a smidge more science for an additional transmission. But one thing that I don't want to do, we could just take photo after photo after photo of this, and then we would unlock it completely. We're using a mod called Research Bodies, which is hiding all of these. We have to find them with an instrument, and then we have to take these photographs of them or study them with the observatory to be able to actually get their orbits. We have no orbit information. They just show up as unknown objects right now, and that's part of the Research Bodies mod. And then the pieces of equipment that we're using to research them are part of the Tarsier Space Technology mod and the Cacti mod. This particular one is part of Tarsier, I believe. I could be wrong, it might be part of Research Bodies. I don't think so, though. I'm pretty sure that this is part of Tarsier Space Technology. So if I were to take an additional photo, we wouldn't gain any science from it, so kind of a house rule. We will take more photos, but we're going to physically recover the data, which is why we have docking port. And why we also balance out our RCS so that this thing can dock to something if need be. But mainly I want the vessel that's coming up to actually collect the data to do the docking. Let's zoom out a little bit. We've transmitted home all the photographs that we can get credit for, and I'm going to wait to take any additional photographs until we have the ability to come up and actually take them off of this. So another benefit of aligning to that 270 line and looking at it from more of an upright position, for the most part, space is kind of a disk. Everything is expanding outward in a relatively flat plane. And so we can then, for the most part, rely on going mostly left to right. Now we still will get, like, you know, polar satellites, but they're very, very uncommon. For the majority of things, they should be out to the right or the left. I'm going to take some photographs of these little moons out here. They're a little bit harder to align with, and they're going to get more and more touchy as we get further and further out. So I'm going to go a little bit quicker about the moon photos. And we know that 2 of them will get us everything that we can get. So we'll take the 2. Let's also read the flavor text here. Took a great scientific picture of a distant body. That is some bland-ass flavor text, but that's okay. I was kind of thinking about going through... Once we've actually seen all these, this is a first look for me. I've never gone and looked at any of these yet. Since we use Research Bodies, I do try to avoid spoilers. And that way, if we run into anything like truly interesting, then, you know, it's an actual first impression of what we run into, rather than just, you know, I don't know, a second look. Oh my goodness, we have a little tiny guy way the fuck out here. So that's 3 moons so far, 4 total though, that we know of. Take 2 of them, same flavor text. This is the moon Talos, apparently. And this is, the gas giant itself is a new entity that is part of JNSQ. They've redone but kept all of the stock things, as far as I'm aware anyway. And they've gone and added more bodies. So between the additional planets and moons, there's 30 total bodies in the solar system now. So all I'm looking for when I pan left and right is the little sparkles to help me identify where the moons are. And unfortunately, there is a dead zone, and I haven't been... That's another thing with this mod that I haven't been able to figure out how to fix. So I would imagine that it's hard-coded into the DLL. And maybe someday I'll take a look at the source code and we'll try to actually fix it. This is another moon, Riga. We're going to take 2 photographs of Riga as well. And that might be it. I didn't really see any out here. Oh, that thing that's kind of annoying. So if I'm trying to track this and I zoom in too far, I lose the ability to use I, J, K, and L to reposition the camera, like I'm panning left and right rather than moving this. There's these little connections there where we can kind of tilt our lens a bit. And there's a dead zone there where if I zoom in too far, let's go back over to the main one so that it's easier to demonstrate. If I zoom in too far, I lose that ability. And it's not too big of a deal with this particular photo. But once you're like taking a photograph, like if you're playing GPP with like Granus, and later when we're looking at the outer planets in this mod, which are even further out than GPP with Granus, the other stars, it gets really fucking annoying to try and take a photograph of something. Everything's just so goddamn sensitive. So I'm going to go a little bit left. I'm not too worried about anything in a polar orbit. I want to get the gas giant back in frame here. Because I'm assuming that it's going to be a fairly small moon. And I don't think we're going to see anything. Okay, so to reposition the camera to a neutral position right in the center of where the craft is oriented to, we'll just open it and close it. We could look up and down, but it's not very likely that we would find... Not anywhere near as likely as something that's closer to the equator. And I don't see anything sparkling. Yeah, I love these mods. Research bodies, Tarsier space technology, and cacti. Tons of fun. Just to make sure that that's zeroed out, though, I am going to close the camera, and then I'll open it back up. That'll zero it out right to dead center. And we had 2 things that were out in this direction. Hopefully I haven't fucked around for so long that I can't take a photograph of this one. We didn't get enough information to figure out this thing's orbit or anything like that, but we are well on our way. I have a fairly limited amount of time to take this photo. There it is, swinging into view. Yeah, they were completely hidden. Before we even knew where these are, there's way more out there too. This is just what we discovered with our instrumental telescope so far. We did get faint hits that are further out, that are further away, but our instruments aren't sensitive enough to actually tell us where exactly they are. So there's some upgrades that we'll get through the tech tree, and then eventually we'll either have to launch a more powerful version of that instrument that pings the unknown objects for us to take photographs of, or I don't know, it might apply the upgrades automatically, and then we wouldn't need to launch another one. I'm not sure. So now we're looking at Edna, which also is not a familiar name. It's been a while since I played stock, but I don't think that Edna was a stock orbital body. And I do see a moon off to the left there, so I'm going to start out by just zooming in and out. We'll pan off to the right first. Not seeing anything out that way though. This is fairly small. It's a rock, at least from the looks of it. Could be hydrates in there. But more than likely, if it does have natural satellites, there probably aren't very many of them. And they're probably very tiny. and you wouldn't expect to see them very far away from it. Should have a fairly small gravity field. Oh man, that thing is fucking little. This is DAC. We'll go ahead and grab 2 pictures of DAC and send those home. And I think that that's all we're going to find out there. We'll go ahead and pan left just in case. I don't see anything. Eventually we'll send scan satellites out to all of these, and we're going to be looking for rare minerals and material that we can use in futuristic vessel creations. Somewhere to colonize. So there are a couple of key things that we need to create a colony on another moon, especially if it doesn't have an atmosphere. We have to find hydrates. We have to have something that we can get some form of water from. We also need minerals that we can use for growing organics, because we ourselves do like to eat. I think I'm going to give this one a little bit of a burst because we are doing a bit of a 360 here. Go ahead and line up to our next target. I don't think that this is going to charge me any money. I think that it charges you money when you kick up to the next level of science for whatever you're looking at. Ooh, we got a gas giant. More of a green tint to it, so probably a high methane content. Unfortunately, we're looking at the dark side of it. I hate that. But what can you do, right? Still kind of neat to look at anyway. I think this might be Jewel. It is. This is Jewel. It says that's going to make a lovely postcard, and I do agree. Let's go ahead and take our 2 photographs. Now, Jewel is going to have a shit pile of moons, I would assume, because it is, you know, usually a large gas giant. It will be able to capture a whole lot of little tiny things that go into its sphere of influence. So let's turn off our SAS. Let's go ahead and get aligned once again in more of an upright position. And I'm going the wrong freaking way. And then we'll recenter on it, because we're still going to find the vast majority of those off to the left and right, lined up with the 90 line. We'll let the gyroscope go and do the actual zeroing in. And just since we have time here, I'm going to go ahead and close the camera and open it back up again. I'm still at a bit of a tilt, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Let's take that back to large. And we've already got our photographs of that. I can see 2 moons off to the right immediately. And with something so large, there is a good chance that there will be things that are way the hell out there. I just used the wrong damn keys, so I have to wait for this to stabilize again. I meant to use IJK and L. I accidentally moved the entire vessel. Okay, I think we're good now. Let's see if we can get both of them in one photo. I would think that the one on the lathe, with the one on the right with a little bit of a blue tint, would be lathe. This is Val, I'm assuming, and the other one is in fact lathe. So we'll take those 2 photos just to get the science, and then let's see if we can get any kind of a closer look on this. I think the textures might be kind of messed up, but I do see what appears to be ice caps. But it is pretty hazy, isn't it? And the shimmering doesn't help. And I think that this version of lathe, the vast majority of it is water. I don't know if we're going to find a whole lot of land. And then a little rock moon. So I want to pan over to the right, and we're going to pan for quite a while, probably. I got one. Ooh, that looks like an ice moon too, similar to Encinitas, or this is Tilo, or potentially something like, what's the other ice moon? The Encinitas is around Saturn. What's the Jupiter one? Europa. And I don't know if they have animations and surface features fully enabled in this yet. I would imagine that eventually something like that would probably... because it probably has a solid core, it probably has a liquid ocean because of the radiation and the gravitational flexing of the gas giant that it orbits. It's also going to have a shitload of radiation. Thank you, baby. Welcome home! But there's definitely a potential for life underneath the surface of stuff like that. And I'm sure it's going to be terrifying as hell when we do actually get a look at it. But I think the plan with JNSQ eventually would be for there to be geysers, similar to the actual moons, that really do exist. Because there is definitely liquid water there. The gravitational pull of the gas giant that they're orbiting is so great that the planet itself flexes, creating internal heat. So while it's extremely cold on the surface and it's encased in moving ice, the core of the planet and that little bit of friction from being pulled and compacted should create enough heat to keep them quite a bit of the ocean liquid. And as far as what we've been able to see so far, it's actually water. Mostly a salty, like, brine, from what I know. So imagine the crazy shit that you see in our ocean, multiplied by the fact that there's probably no light down there, and so think like the deepest part of our ocean, and then throw an unimaginable amount of radiation at it. Like, that's the kind of life that we're looking to find out there. Ugh, it's gonna look exactly like my stepmom. We're doing pretty good. That was Jewel. I think we might be able to get some photographs of Eve on our way around. Our main target is the sun, though. And this is quite a bit closer, so I'm going to zoom out a little bit. It's not much of a change, so gyroscopic control should be just fine. We don't have the best look at it. It does look like we've got some electrical storms going on down here, though. Let's see if we can zoom in and actually see them. Maybe I'm just tripping. I don't know. It looked like we had some flashing and movement. Oh, nope. Yeah, there are occasional electrical storms taking place. See the little flashes? That'd be a great way to troll me if everybody's like, nah, man, we don't see anything. Oh, God, I'm going crazy. I'm just going to zoom in to where everything's dark and let's see if we can get a good look at one. There we go. So that could be reflections. That could be surface reflections. I think it's upper atmosphere electrical storms, though. I'm not really sure. Isn't that fucking cool? Yeah, for sure, Private Paula. Like, I've watched just one too many Discovery Channel episodes of even the rainforest to want to know what the hell's going on under our oceans. I bought Subnautica. I can't even play it. Ugh, no. No. You cut that up, you throw it on rice, and you give me some wasabi, or just keep it away from me. We're still pretty well lined up on the 90 mark, so let's take a couple of pictures. This is Eve. Go ahead and transmit those. And then I want to zoom out a little bit here. Oh. Game's chugging a bit. And we're going to start to pan around to look for moons. We can kind of get a little bit of a glimpse of the side here, but the atmosphere is so thick that from here we really can't see any surface features. And I would imagine that that would be similar to Titan. That more than likely you wouldn't find a whole lot of water. You would mostly find like combustibles, organics, poison, get you a nice cyanide atmosphere going, that kind of a thing. Your food should have between 2 and 4 legs. Oh, I love seafood. Oh, I've overdone it. I lost it. Back to me. I'm panning over to the right, but I'm not actually seeing the planet come back in. Maybe I panned too far. See, I was trying to hold that in place and I fudged it up. I may have to actually open and then close this again. Let's just go for it. Okay, there we go. So at 4x10, I can still pan. And we definitely have a potential to find moons fairly far out from something this large too. Even though it's not a gas giant, you wouldn't typically find as many moons, but definitely still a potential for quite a few moons. Salmon, tuna, and shrimps. All the other stuff in the water seems fishy to you. I don't know, there's not a whole lot that I don't like. And I mean, if you take eel as an example of something that's completely aesthetically unpleasing, but absolutely fucking delicious, I don't know, maybe whatever we find out in, out on those moons might be tasty, who knows. I think if nothing else though, we'll definitely find some sort of monstrous microbial life. Like, you know, those photos renew, maybe even slightly more complex life forms, but, probably a shitload of germs. Oh god, I'm coughing to death, hold on. Actually don't see any moons. Which is fine. It'll actually make it a lot more, a lot easier to explore it. And they could just be small. We do have that twinkling background. But I'm a little surprised. Figured we would find 1 or 2. I don't see any. It'll definitely be a lot easier to identify them later on, though. What the hell did I hit? Why are we still bouncing around? Probably the hardest part, unless you find something a little bit more complex like an algae or something like that, is knowing whether you brought that life with you, you know? Because it's gonna be really hard to put it under a microscope. So even if we do successfully test for and find organics, are they organics that we brought there? Because it's almost impossible to actually cleanse a vehicle to send out into space, you know? Come on. Center on it. Center. Find your creamy center. Unfortunately, we have a very bad look. Almost a completely dark look at this one. And this is Moho, which honestly is so close to the sun that you would think that it would sparkle and shine all the time. It would have just a halo of fire around it kind of thing, but that's okay. Eventually. Wouldn't that be great if KSP 2.0 had stuff like multiplayer, and if they were able to really go the distance with making it a little bit more realistic. I saved them? Did I? Whoops. And I only had one. That was for Moho. Did I not take two? I didn't take two. Oh my god, I'm losing it. I don't think we're gonna find a moon. But we'll do a little bit of a pan. Yeah, nothing there. And that leaves us with two more. But I think what I'll do is pick up from there tomorrow. I do want to pan over to the left. We need to get a picture of the sun, but we are pretty much out of time for today. Now I can't target the sun. I don't know why. This won't let me. On the upside, it's pretty thick. Should be able to find it. And we had to do that for a contract that we were given, so we'll just send that home. Now, another thing that we're doing here that you might want to keep in mind is you will get contracts to take photographs of those other worlds, and we have eliminated the potential to get those unless we want to take those photographs, then send something up here to physically retrieve the photograph and take it back home. You can no longer transmit the if you're not going to get any signs for it, you can't get credit for the contract. So you might not want to do it the way that we're doing it, where I'm just kind of trying to get most of it out of the way all at once. Mainly, I'm just impatient and I want to get a look at all of those other things. But I think I'm going to leave those last two bodies for tomorrow, and I think we're going to go over to our instrument tracker tomorrow when we first start up, and we're going to see if we can find any more. We have these two that we haven't taken any photographs of yet, and I haven't actually seen. And we'll probably get started with that right away in the morning. Or we'll work on, I don't know, we have a lot of projects, and I also need to get the tourist mission underway. I do want to stop back by the facility before we call it a day, though, and see how much science we actually got. It won't be much. We do get a bonus as we learn more and more about the things that we're looking up. So this is the little satellite that I think we'll start off with in the morning, and this guy finds the unknown entities. So we use that little guy just to spin around on the 90 and 270 axis and see if we can get lucky and get anything else to take photos of. Then we'll go over and take the photos of them. That, or we're going to play Pillars of Eternity. I don't really know yet. I do want to stop at the Space Center. I could just save it and quit to menu from there, but I want to see if that costs us any money for one. So I'm going to make a save, a second save, and then we can just easily compare the two values. Don't think that it will, though. What the hell? Do we have more money now than we had? I'm so confused. I thought we had like 300 grand. We did gain money. How the hell? Oh, because of that contract. Shit. Yeah, that kind of threw off the values there. But I don't think that it charged us. I think I know for a fact that I just clicked on the wrong building. But if we go into the observatory, there's different steps to the amount of information that you have about these. Eventually you'll discover its orbit, and then eventually you can 100% complete your ground research. So right now, like the sun, 100%, Kerbin, 100%, Moho, 40%. And when we get to 50% and then 100%, I think that's when it charges us for it. So we have aspect data for it, but that's about it, and that should remain consistent. All of these should be at about 40%. Apparently we haven't taken enough pictures of Jewel? How did that work? Oh, it's Bop that's orbiting around Jewel, so I did miss a moon that we previously had tracked. This is all of the stuff that we tracked. The stuff that we're looking at when we go out to the tracking station or out to the map is just the planet. The rest of that is all moons that we need to take photographs of. And there's a couple of other ways for us to do that, but I did want to keep an eye on that. Unfortunately, I went and completed a contract which paid us. And where is that contract? So we had a $54,000 advance. That's where I made the save. We got an extra 120 science and $80,000 for just taking that one photo. We're back up to 483 science, which is great because we do have some things that we want to unlock. I was sitting on about 170 before we went and did that. So we made about 310-ish science off of that that little group of photos. Before I forget, though, I do want to grab this last low orbit contract, and I want to see if we can combine them, and if not, we'll do it in 2 different flights. May have already expired. Nope, right there. I want to go ahead and grab that one. And what about these guys? What do they want? Orbit around Kerbin, orbit around Kerbin, orbit around Kerbin. These are a little bit trickier. You gotta read the fine print. There's Gorm, who's asking where the hell he is. Gorm, Lost Mage, Mr. Angry Hulk, another fantastic streamer, and Vantum all would like to go up to space, but I am at my max contracts. Normally I would go and add that in there, but I need to upgrade that facility before I can before I increase the maximum number of contracts that we have. So that's fine. Yeah, we'll compare the payout on this one to the others. I don't know if that one's actually going to pay as well as the just bring them up into a low orbit contracts. But that's going to be it for me today, guys. I'm going to go and find one of our buddies to throw a host to. I'm going to go have some cold beer and figure out what the hell we're going to do for dinner. Oh, and I need to set up the water, too, because it's getting hot as fuck out and the grass is dying, and that's not cool. Although it is a little bit easier to mow if it's just dirt. It's kind of a pain in the ass to go and replant, so probably ought to take care of the water thing. I was going to do it 2 days ago, and it was so freaking windy yesterday and the day before that there's no way I could have set them up so that they would have actually sprayed everything. No problem, Paula. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Hopefully it'll cool down. Deb says bye. Who is on right now? We were talking about Vanna yesterday, and I couldn't remember what the hell the name of her channel is. It looks like she actually changed it. It's just Vanna. I think before it was Vanna-Rama. So screw it. Let's go ahead and throw Vanna a host. Vanna plays Grand Theft Auto 5 roleplay. She does do a lot of variety games. I don't think that we've ever hosted her before. I first heard about her through GTA 5 roleplay, and she's also part of Critical Role. She does D&D playthroughs on Critical Role, which is why we were talking about her yesterday. But let's go ahead and throw Miss Vanna a host. She's amazing. You guys will love her. I'm going to do a couple of links into the chat that will just throw out something you can just click on. Is she doing just chatting right now? Not sure what about. 2-year partnerversary stream, raising money for the Trevor Project. So I would imagine she's going to play a lot of stuff. And I will see you guys over there. Have a great night, guys. Bye.
It could be a host and a raid. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, the GIF you sent, Crazy Ken, isn't gonna work. I'm sorry. Do you want to pick a different one? Or find the GIF version of that one? Because that's not gonna work. Hello? Is this a raid or an offline host, Danshu? Let me know. Yeah, exactly, Blep. So, hey, well, thank you so much, Danshu. I appreciate it. Were you streaming or was that an offline host?